What's up, guys?
What's going on?
How's it going?
Oh, yes.
You know how it goes.
Yes. Oh, Jesus. So how's everybody doing?
Jump over here and mute this real quick. Because I could hear myself in the background. Like, what the hell? So,
What in the hell, Bobby?
Exactly. So, everybody doing good? Keeping your hands clean? Keeping your ass at home?
Yes.
Well, those that have to. I'm
Yep.
still working, so I'm okay. But I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to get a little worried because we have a lot of careless characters. Let's just put it that way. I won't call them cooter bobs or anything that don't listen. So,
Well, I've been at home I'm on day 5 now.
day 5. Wow. You still look like you're okay, doing okay, drinking some coffee and everything. Still look pretty fresh and everything. So I think you're doing okay.
Yep.
Shell's day 2 and Shell's what, day 2, day 3?
4.
Day 4, she's about to pull her hair out.
Yep.
She'll be all right. You've got to find better things to occupy your time with other than watching all this political crap.
Just
play
watch
some games.
Watch me.
I've been playing Animal
Watch
Crossing.
There you go.
I watch Josh and I play Animal Crossing.
Right. Don't even worry about Vape because honestly, guys,
it's on hold.
Nothing's going on about Vape right now. You know, I've still a lot of people bitching and complaining about 810 trying to get the word out there. But I'm gonna tell you right now, DeSantis is not listening. He could care less about the vape thing right now, point blank.
Oh, yeah.
About this virus. So he's come a long way. I have to give him that. I was a little upset with him how he was handling things as far as like our public beaches and stuff like that. So I think it's finally hitting home with him now that he's realizing, maybe I better do something, because they're even at the point where they're actually not only flights, but if people are driving into our state that are from out of town, guess what? You have the choice of turning around and go back where you came from, or you can come on in and sit with us for 14 days somewhere and possibly even jail time, because at this point now, everybody knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can't play that excuse no more. So yeah, it's like but you're trying to come down here to our 20 counties that don't have any corona bugs or anything, and you're trying to come up here and pollute our shit. We don't need it. So people, I advise, if you're not from Florida,
stay home.
Stay the fuck away. Stay
stay home.
at your home.
Stay home.
This ain't your home.
Same thing with Cape Cod. All the New Yorkers and Connecticut and New Hampshire, and
it's just not here and there. It's anywhere there's a coast or a lake or any body of water or anything that's remotely resortful.
Yeah,
they're running to it.
Yeah, Baker said if you come to Massachusetts, you quarantine yourself for 14 days.
Oh no, we don't give them the option. We put them in lockdown and they sit somewhere for 14 days. Basically, in a lighter way, jail. You quarantine in jail.
Yeah.
Because your ass knows better than to come to Florida or anywhere else on vacation.
Yep.
You got vacation time from work and you're in a hot spot. Staycations are great. There's plenty of games that you can play. There's plenty of movies you can watch. There's so many live things that's taking place between all the social media.
Yeah.
Whether it be YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, wherever there's performers giving free performances. Hell, we just had what
Dropkick did on
Murphys,
St. Patty's.
We had Dropkick Murphys. Erica Badu just done a big one from her bedroom. She don't have the virus or anything, but she's like, I know there's people out there that are literally confined to their bedroom because of this. So here we go. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do it from my bedroom. We just watched the thing on Michael Rappaport. He's actually getting ready to do it, just a little small live feed, and it's just storytelling, basically. So, but yeah, it's, I think it's a good thing what our governor's doing, and I hope the others follow. And practice the same thing. If you're a vacation state, keep the vacationers out. Point blank.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
need you. And it's
Yes.
not, we're not trying to be mean. Keep your ass home, you know?
Yes.
If you're, you know, the thing is just follow the rules. If you're told to stay home and you're not an essential workplace, guess what? Keep your ass home. There's a
Yep.
reason for that. Okay? We're at a crisis where this has never happened. So everything that's happening is all new. We don't know how to react at it firsthand. We're learning. We're learning quickly. We have to.
We're out of our country now. It has the most.
Yep, that's it. We're gonna change. We're not gonna call it Q time or yeah. We're not gonna call it quarantine. We're either gonna call it Q time or, as I told Shell earlier, quarantine.
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 Like a teenager.
I've been calling
quarantine.
it Q time.
Quarantine.
For some reason, that's caught on. I don't know why, but it's kind of funny. Quarantine. I mean, I'm going. It was probably created in the South. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here and do some quarantine.
Probably.
Some fucking cooter Bob. Probably don't know how to spell it.
I really tried to look up the definition of cooter pop, even on Urban Dictionary, and it did not exist because I was fucking looking, dude.
Well, it did. Something did exist. Tell them what it was. It was a beauty salon.
I'm
basically.
trying to think of like the right wording. A eccentric
cultural beauty shop.
Eccentric beauty salon.
Brazilian beauty shop.
Yeah. And I mean, I understand.
And
that,
but
know,
they had.
Yeah, you know, Adam knows what I'm talking about.
They were calling like Cooter Bob hairstyles, and
yeah.
I was
She
like,
looked it up
what?
And was like, the hell? But it's you know, I hope everybody's doing their part. See, it's all nice and it's not lube. I promise.
It's lube.
Well, you can, if you're real fast, it could be lube, I guess. But it dries quickly.
It's lube.
Right. Trust me, don't use it too long because it dries quickly. And if you got to cut, it might burn a little bit.
Oh my God.
I promise we don't have the coronas or anything.
I'm just vaping.
Coronas.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even my husband and I, every time one of us coughs, sneezes,
y'all look at each other like y'all crazy.
Moves the wrong way, sighs the wrong way. We're like, you got the Ronas? Why are you coughing?
Yep.
Check your temperature. You know, it's crazy.
Yep.
No, I have no fever, no sore throat, nothing like that.
No, just a little bit of spring has already sprung here in Florida, so my allergies are flared up right now, and that makes it even worse because you don't know if you've got allergies or coronas. It's like go in the doctor's office. I'm coughing. I got a fever. What's up? Oh, we test you. You don't have COVID. You've got allergies. It's like, okay, cool. So. Starting to see a trend. A lot of people are actually recovering. I mean, hey, Daisy. But we're starting to see some people recover. That's a good thing. I mean, I understand and it's sad that we do have deaths, but the recovery number supersedes those death numbers. So I am proud of that.
Yes. God, dog.
Doggy. Ruff, ruff, ruff.
So since I've been home, she has been driving me up the wall.
Oh, of course.
I can imagine. But her wants her daddy home. What's it going to be like when you go back to work?
She's going to
be lost.
Yeah.
She loves that rubbing. I can tell.
She
Look
does.
at her.
She does.
Like she moves her head. But while we're not talking about vape, let's go ahead and share that. I want to share y'all something real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick. La-ti-ta. So we got some mail from the trenches, whatever the hell they call it, from the VTA. And, of course, guess what's it about? right here, SB 810 here in Florida. We got to fight. They're going to be doing some, looks like some advertisement campaign in Tallahassee, I'm assuming on TV and maybe some billboards. They're just kind of brushing on this and everything. I'll be honest with you guys. I think right now Ron DeSantis could give two shits about this bill right now because he's got bigger chickens to fry. Okay,
Yes.
So he's not really worried about this right now. I hope that this time delay will, if this is stewing on the back of his mind, maybe he'll be like, I'm not going to sign this. We can only hope. But, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, that's the basically coming from the trenches, as they put it. Did they call this one? No, they didn't call this one from the trenches, did they?
Yeah, I think they did. At least that's what they posted on the Facebook page.
That's usually what it is, you know. So, but anyway, that's about all I'm gonna say about that. I mean, as far as your other places, there really your other states and stuff, there really hasn't been no movement nowhere, you know.
Nope.
Kasad's been just kind of pretty much reposting
because nobody is focused on this.
No, they're not. They're focused on people's lives right now, even though this does pertain to that, but not near as many as is being affected right now.
No.
Or infected. I guess it would be the same either way with this mess going on. But so Josh, you're home now. You got sent home.
Yep.
This is day 5 for you. You're doing your jail time. So
which I don't mind. I don't mind.
You know, and he's being a good boy, everybody. He's staying home.
Oh, I was worried about him day 2, day 4. I was getting a little iffy, but he's all right now.
Hey, when I talked to him on day 3,
I got one thing I have to do tomorrow because I have to for unemployment.
Right.
But that's it.
But see, that falls under the essential category.
Yesterday, I'm like, how are you holding up? You're like, I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
I'm here. I told Adam, I'm like, at least I'm not Jack Torres yet.
Yes. Red rum.
The moment I start listening, there's a bar in my house. We're gonna have some issues.
Well, let me know if you hit up. What was the butler's or the bartender's name? Well, there was a butler he talked to and a bartender.
Wasn't Jarvis?
What was the dude's name? But anyway, yeah, it was creepy.
I forget.
Did you see the Jim Carrey remakes of some of the scenes?
Yes.
Oh, dude,
that spot on. I mean, was it deep faked or was that legit? That had to been deep faked.
That was real shit. Jim Carrey actually done an interview after he made that. There was like 4 or 5, maybe 6 scenes that he done. And we all know how well he gets into a character because we've seen it with Andy Kaufman and then Andy Kaufman's side character, Tony Clifton. And we've seen what it done to Jim Carrey when he got finished with that movie. He had to basically go through therapy with that.
Yes.
Because he had put himself so hard into that. He put so much into that character. He literally thought he was Andy Kaufman / Tony Clifton. So with that being said, and seeing him do these parts, which he did an awesome job, and then taking these parts from The Shining and doing them, it was spot on. I mean, even the movement was almost identical.
Yes.
Almost, it's different. There was some differences.
Because I've seen they have it to the point where the original's on top, Jim Carrey's is on the bottom, and it's identical.
Slight differences in movement a little bit, but for the most part, it's almost spot on.
Facial and everything, it's spot on. I was like, holy shit, he actually gets away from like actually pulling Jack Nicholson off.
Yeah. And that's the whole thing. If you just glance at it, you think that's Jack Nicholson.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, and when he done the part going up the stairs, when he gets hit in the head with the ball bat, that right there, when he does that part of Jack Nicholson, that actually sent shivers up my spine. I was like, wow. If they were to redo this movie, like it should be redone, which is the original way from the original movie with Jack Nicholson, would be just like that. Just a remake of the same thing. And that would, to me, I know a lot of people probably wouldn't like it, but for me, that would be like, because I could sit through that whole thing and watch Jim Carrey do that.
So, have you actually looked into all the sick shit that the theory about that movie is? There's a lot of theories that are really fucked up about that movie and book.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you got to understand the author too. So,
it's Stephen King. It is Stephen King.
You know, we all know he is definitely touched in the head. You know, in many special ways. You know, great writer. I like his writing. My favorite from him is From a Buick 8. I love that book. That's one of my. I wish they would make that into a movie. It's kind of a fucked up twist of Christine, so to speak, but older. It's really, really fucked up. One of my least favorites probably Langoliers. I didn't like that one that much.
Yeah. I never really read any of the books. I've seen a lot of the movies. I just never.
Right. I read From a Buick 8. I read The Shining. I read Christine. And then a lot of the other ones were audiobooks because at that point then I was driving. So great shit to listen to going down the road. But because it was either that or all my Star Wars shit. I've got audiobooks of Guido. Star Wars side stories, basically. So
yes.
And it's weird because you're in the canteen and in the back, you know, Guido's talking to somebody. He's actually speaking English so you can understand him. But in the background, you hear Han Solo and Chewbacca talking to Obi in the background when they're in the canteen. So it's kind of weird. It's like they were there at the same time, but it's two different stories. So I thought it was really cool. But I've got like a ton of those. But audiobooks used to be my thing. That was like my shit. So, Shell, since you're up there pretty much a few hours from the epicenter, how's things going there?
Not good. We're up to over 4,000 cases now, 133 on Cape, 9 deaths, I think it is, in Massachusetts.
How many total people you got on the Cape, though?
A lot.
So that number really probably isn't that bad. Mm-hmm. Not yet.
Well, anyway. There are also people in Massachusetts who have most likely had it or has it and they can't get tested.
Well, that seems to be a factor everywhere. And that's the whole thing. It's not just there or here. It's everywhere. Not even out of the country.
We don't know the true numbers anywhere. We don't. And then I saw an article today about somehow the Massachusetts, someone in the
mic. You're covering it up or something.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Just when you lean over, it kind of blocks a little bit. Sorry.
One of the Department of Health things in Massachusetts is talking about not releasing the numbers by town and telling people. Why, I don't know.
Most likely to keep the fear level down, basically. That's what it boils down to now. Like you've seen how the Florida graph works. Everything is detailed. They break it down from the county, how many's infected, how many's been hospitalized, how many have died, how many are out of state. You know, so they have our little interactive map that we have. It keeps everything updated pretty well, and they do an update at 12 and 7. Is it 12 and 7 Central Eastern each day?
Well, Mass likes to keep things quiet, as we know, so they'd rather people not know. But I think it's important.
It is, but the thing too, don't look at it as a conspiracy theory or anything like that. It's just, it is what it is. You know, and I think honestly, what they're trying to do is just trying to keep the fear level down of people. They're keeping people warned because that's the thing, and Let's see. Just to give you a quick glimpse. That's basically our Florida map. We've got 4,038 cases. My county, I looked. You can scroll here and get to your county and shit like that.
How do
I
we
didn't
have
mean to
more
do
than
that.
you?
So I hate that I did that.
And I don't like the fact we're touching. I don't like the fact
we
we
go.
touched New York because New York's very close to us. I didn't realize how close they
Well,
really are.
New cases by day, we had over 600 today, so that's not good because this little yellow graph has not been there. It hasn't even been showing, and as you can see at the bottom is 0, 200, 400, 600, and today we hit over 600 right there, if you can kind of see it there. So that's new. We haven't hit that number. Florida's in pretty bad shape too, and that's the whole thing. The main thing is like all your big cities. Of course, New York City, Chicago, Detroit, LA, St. Louis, New Orleans. New Orleans is in bad shape too. I think they're the second worst. Reason why? Guess what happened? Guess what they celebrated before, like right at the beginning of this?
Mardi Gras.
You got it. So, yeah, that was a nice spread. Sadly, because Mardi Gras, millions and millions of people come to that every year.
Oh, yes.
So
many boobies.
So many boobies, so many moon pies, so many beads.
But I think
other
that mass will get worse before it gets better. Canada's having more cases now. My grandmother, she's 82. She lives in Ontario. I don't know the exact number, but it's literally everywhere but Antarctica, every continent.
Well, that's because it's so far away from any landmass, pretty much. You know, Antarctica it doesn't look, it is big. It's a big continent, but it's at the very bottom of the earth. So it's like, it's the snow cap for the the South Pole. But, and not that many people live there either.
No.
Just, no, it's hard to just imagine that movies you watch and books you read that it could actually happen in real life.
To a point, yeah. But that's what I'm trying to encouraging, like Josh is doing. We try to encourage people to not sit and watch every waking moment of your life of what's going on with the president. You got to have a life. I understand it's tough times, but you've got to break yourself, because if you don't, you're going to go fucking crazy. Point blank, you're going to drive yourself nuts.
I said it before we went live. Since I've been at home, I haven't paid a single attention to what's going on outside. I've been doing, everybody's talking about the Tiger King. Watched that last night. If you haven't watched it, watch it. It's really good.
I watched part of it.
I'm watching movies. I'm doing whatever I can to keep my mind occupied.
Yeah. Sitting there dwelling on every little thing that happens in your city, your county, your state, your nation, it's going to eventually drive you nuts. You have the premises of what's going on. You know you're supposed to be keeping yourself safe. You're supposed to be staying indoors and only going out for essential things. And we had a discussion, and it's like, they're not doing it to try to break you. I really don't think there's, as far as the outbreak itself, there's no conspiracy theory behind it or anything. It's spreading. The disease is there. It's spreading. So I don't think heat has no factor to it, because here it is, 85 degrees today. We broke a high record today. And it's still getting worse. So temperature has no effect on this virus. So people can blow that shit out of the water.
It was 85 in Atlanta today too, I heard. So
you sure about that?
One of these days, today or yesterday.
Come on, get up here. Come on.
Let me take a peek real quick.
Nice toy.
Thank you.
Here, freeze.
This ain't right.
Let me grab a picture of that.
Oh no. This is AccuWeather for Atlanta. No, they didn't make it that high today.
Oh God.
Somebody was lying then.
Although I am thinking about turning air conditioning
What's
on.
today's date? 28th?
28th.
Okay, no. Okay, here we go. I was on the wrong year. 82 degrees today in Atlanta. So just a hair under, and they're usually within about 10 degrees from us. I just popped this up. What? Oh, that's global. Never mind.
That's quiet tonight. What's up with everybody tonight?
Quiet. Where?
Oh, the YouTube chat. Wonder what everybody's up to.
Well, you gotta
There's
remember.
a lot of AIDS going on right now.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the STD AIDS. I'm talking about like Twitch is having a big thing going on today.
Yep.
You know, the Vaping Misfits is doing their thing today. So
right.
a lot of,
and then you've got a bunch. You've got which performer? There was some performers performing tonight, if I'm not mistaken.
Jesus Christ, Daisy.
Let me go look real quick. Let's go to the home page. Home. I'm just gonna take a peek real quick.
You're gonna go back to me in the kitchen.
Trying to find some live.
Yeah, we can share screen.
I'm just trying to look for the live feeds right now real quick, so bear with me for a minute. Tobias Forge talking about the Cardinal.
Okay.
And switching over in his religious protections plus bitch school. All right. I love watching that Darcy Lynn, the girl with the talking doll that gets up there and sings. It's really good. I believe Zach Wild's supposed to be going live at some point, either today or next few days or something like that. I've seen something on Facebook earlier. Which I'd be willing to watch that. But yeah.
What show?
Laughing at you right now.
I know.
All we see is your beard.
Let's see.
I'm glad.
Hey, do any of y'all want to watch Benny Hinn? Benny Hinn is live.
Daisy. Really?
Ooh, Mr. Bean is live. Or they're streaming all his.
Oh, I love Mr. Bean.
They're streaming all his shows right now on YouTube. Very cool.
Nice.
Oh my God.
What? What is wrong?
You want to see?
Yeah, what's wrong? Uh-oh.
Let me turn the light on. Look at that.
Daisy.
You're bad.
Wow. Naughty girl.
Oh my God. You're bad. I'm glad you guys are going to kick out of that.
Okay, I got pictures.
Good. Now send that to Jessica.
I didn't get the part with the floor, though. You got to show the floor again.
Oh, done got half of it picked up.
No, I haven't done it yet.
Let me see how it turned out. Oh my God.
I try to keep that face the whole time. Perfect.
You want me to send it to Jess?
Yes.
All right.
You in trouble. You in trouble.
Hey, while y'all are doing that, let's see. So y'all have seen the Michael Rappaport little live feed about his little testimony about what people should be doing about coronavirus. He was a fucking dick, which he always is. You motherfuckers need to keep yourselves clean. Keep your ass home, motherfuckers.
All right, I'm sending to her now.
So anyway,
yep.
Where were we at?
I have no idea. I am so sorry about that.
That's all right. We'll do a sideshow called The Episodes of Daisy.
Yeah. Yeah. Because obviously you can't be good.
She was trying to get your attention, apparently. Well, if he's not paying attention to me, guess what I can do? I see you over there, girl.
She just read it.
Oh, God.
Look at her now. Look at Daisy. She's behaving. Is she got her head over the couch? She does. She's looking out the window.
Oh, she's looking out the window.
She's looking for Mama. She's like, Mama's going to come home and beat my ass. I'm in so much trouble. Kennel life is about to happen.
I'm about to join Daddy in quarantine for a day.
Right? Oh, you're upstairs.
Yeah, I moved upstairs.
Okay, cool.
Look at her. She's like, oh my God, I'm in so much trouble. What am I going to do?
Oh my God. Jess just responded. You let Daisy make a mess.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you can clean it up. Tell her you was bored. You're gonna let her make a mess and you wanted to have something to do, so you clean the mess up afterwards. That's one way to kill the queue time.
She didn't even message me. She just directly went to you like, yo.
And then show it to people how embarrassing. I mean,
it's a doggy.
I didn't know. I walked up and I'm like, this just happened.
Whoops. That's what it was. It was just whoops.
Look, she's on her best behavior right now.
Look at she's like she's just easing around Daddy right now. Like, I'm skating on thin ice. Let me play cool.
No, I'm getting bitched at. Thank you.
Love it.
And she was closer, she would probably just lick you in the face and think everything's okay.
She's like, you didn't tell Mommy, did you?
Daisy, Mommy knows. I think she knows. That's why she was looking out the window.
Just shaking my head, angry. Look. Oh, boy.
Somebody's in trouble.
Y'all both in the doghouse.
Josh, you're going to be grounded, buddy.
I am already grounded. I don't know what else more I can do.
Take the PlayStation away.
That's fighting words.
I know.
I mean, okay.
Oh, she's just a puppy still. She's going to get into stuff.
I know. But that's bad.
It's funny, but it's bad.
You are so bad. Oh.
Look at her. She's like,
Daisy.
But I love you, though.
Look at her eyes. She can tell. She's like, I know I done something wrong. That's why she's. Look at her. She's like,
She's like, I love you.
She's trying so hard to kiss that ass.
I know she is.
So cute. I love Daisy, man. She is just chilling back there right now. She's like, I'm going to do nothing wrong, so hopefully it'll all even out and everything will be okay.
I had Mr. Gray in here earlier, but he decided he wanted to go out and fuck with the cats, so I let him out. He's just a big gray cat.
Oh, shit. Now she's calling me.
Oh boy.
She knows I'm doing the show, so her loss.
Oh shit.
It's not that big of a deal.
Mm-mm. Just a puppy.
No, because if you look closely at something, you'll know what it is.
Right, right.
That's why she's freaking out.
I didn't notice anything, and I'm not gonna go notice.
Don't know. I mean, it's a
But like,
monthly thing. I'll put it that way.
Is she mad at me, dude?
No.
Okay, because
No.
I'm the one that sent her the picture.
Well, and I wanted you to send. Remember, I'll
Yeah.
take the blame on that one. I wanted you to send that to her because
I don't want to be in trouble.
No, you're not gonna get in trouble. And she's like, "What is show?" I'm like, "Because I told her to because we were live, and I just so happened to see this." So,
yeah. Oh well, she's just a puppy.
I know.
Don't kiss her.
I will not kiss her.
I wouldn't have known if you hadn't said nothing.
Me either. I thought it was
I just thought it was a bunch of
no.
trash, like paper towels. I didn't look that close, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
And then I was like, "Yep, there's that."
But it's anyway, back to our show,
Yes,
our
let's go
regularly
back to the
scheduled
show.
program. Hey,
We
nothing
really
wrong with a little sideshow Daisy. Nothing wrong with that. Keeps the show interesting.
Daisy could have a show of her own.
Right? And just call it Daisy with exclamation point. Daisy.
Look at her. She's like, I love you so much.
Oh, she's being so humble right now.
She's smart. She knows.
Right. So, but anyway, on this
Hi, kitties.
the Coronas.
Coronas.
I call it Doronas.
Whatever you want to call it. You can call it sickness, whatever the fuck you want to call it. People, stop being a bunch of dumbasses. If you're doing like you're supposed to be, thumbs up to you. If you're not, you're a dumbass. If you're told to stay inside only for essentials, and this is not a lockdown. You can go for a walk. You can take your puppy out and walk it, or take your cat out for a drag down the street, whatever you want to do.
Drag.
But it's, going to the beach or going to the park with a bunch of people and screaming, I don't give a fuck about this virus. It ain't going to do shit to me. How many of those people have said that, then it's actually, infected and put them in the hospital?
Yeah.
And possibly have, it's some serious shit out there. So, watch who you touch, play that social distancing bullshit we're seeing everywhere now. Play it cool. Point blank. If you're at home not working, take advice from Josh. He tells you he's already kind of laid out everything.
This is why there's unemployment.
Yep.
Why we're here. This is why all these bills are going through, because due to COVID, it's a legit reason for unemployment.
And that just clicked on me about a situation now we will discuss after the show. Just clicked. But anyway, yeah, it's folks, listen, I understand there's a lot of conspiracy theories about this, that, and the other and everything, but this actual virus is real. I was kind of like, I'm not seeing any sick people posting anything. I don't see, usually many friends that people have, you think they would use at some point, you would see a share of a memorial or a RIP or something like that, not seeing it. And then all of a sudden, boom, you started seeing everything. I did see the video from Italy, which was quite disturbing, of the guy. He's in a bedroom and his dead sister's laying in bed.
Yes,
that was real disturbing. And even when I seen that at first, I was like, damn, that's bad. And Italy, of all places.
They have an advanced healthcare system.
Was it yesterday the Pope gave a vigil? Was it yesterday or day before? Out in the court, and not a soul. He was the only one standing there. There was not a soul. Usually where they all meet up in the Vatican, center
Yep.
court. Not a soul was there except for him. But that that it has to be that way. But he was doing it for a live. He was doing a live prayer.
I figured he would just do it as always and just have everybody watch it on
have
TV.
you heard? They're watching him really closely because they think he may have the virus. Yeah. We already know that Prince Charles has got it. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has got it. I haven't heard much on the Queen or her. What's her husband's name? Duke, whatever the hell his name is. That dude, the royal dude. The royal husband. There we go. We'll just call him the royal because he's not a king, so he's the royal husband. But haven't heard anything from them two. I am curious to find out if the Clintons have this shit yet.
Why are
I
you
normally
bringing
don't
up
wish
the Clintons?
death on anything. I don't normally wish death on people, but them two, them motherfuckers can rot in hell as far as I'm concerned. And
and that sucks because growing up, I was a huge Bill Clinton person.
Me too.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
And then years later, the information that we kind of know really changed my opinion on the guy.
Yeah.
Pizzagate. Pizzagate is real.
Pizzagate is very real.
That shit's real. It's real. All
it's
you gotta
real.
do is just dive beyond what you see on the computer and stuff. Just dig, and you will find some very, very disturbing stuff on that. It's bad.
Yeah.
We're talking more than just. We're talking more than pedophile shit. We're talking child trafficking.
Yes.
Yeah. Pretty bad. And it doesn't stop there.
I don't want to mention the name. I don't. You know what name I'm talking about?
There's a few of them run through my head, but
it begins with a C. The universal term of the individuals. Think of Mortal Kombat. I'll put it that way. You know what I'm talking of.
Yep.
They're real.
Oh yeah. More real than you care to imagine, honestly.
Yeah. Yes.
The different insignias that float around that are tied in with child trafficking.
Yep.
That you see.
That are in plain sight.
Right there on a lot of these adoption agencies.
Yep.
People, wake up. Y'all have got to get out of this fucking conformity bullshit.
Hashtag awoken.
Exactly. I know there's people around here, especially here in the South, where there's nothing that can go on like that around here because we got God. Bro, let me tell you. Let me fill you in on some shit. First, I'll fill you in on some stuff that has really happened that people have been busted. Okay. Yeah. Step back and think about, all right, I know every one of us are Linkin Park fans, big time.
Yes.
Big time.
Yes.
We all like Soundgarden too, or what was
Audio Slave.
Yes.
Yes. Big fans. Chris Cornell, great dude. Chester Bennington, great dude. He had an amazing family. With his children, his wife, up until the day he died. No signs of depression, no signs of suicidal issues, nothing. Chris Cornell, pretty much the same thing, and all of a sudden, they're gone. And now they're actually tagging this called, and you know what I'm talking about? The scarf suicides.
The doorknobs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And the doorknobs and the scarves, they all tie into something.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my thing, I've actually heard people say that Scott Whalen was also part. Now, we know Scott has had some serious fucking drug issues
Since
day one. I'm surprised he lived as long as he did. I'm being honest. As wild as that guy was, he was one of my favorite singers of all time, and always will be. He's a great singer, you know, whether he was a dickhead or whatever, or he treated people like shit, that don't matter. The fact is, he had a great voice. Him being tied into this shit, no, I don't see it. I think his death was legit. He overdosed.
I mean, hell, we're gonna go into this different theory for Kurt Cobain.
Did you hear about they finally fucking got a new police chief up there, and she wants to open that investigation back up.
Good.
Yep.
Because
she's not buying it.
I don't think he did it.
No.
I
think Courtney did it.
I don't think Courtney. I think Courtney strategized everything. She was the plan behind it. Making the move, no, I don't think it was her. I think it was her friend that helped. What was his name? Tamara, something like that. I can't remember the dude's name.
I don't know.
Basically, like a nanny. He took care of Francis Bean. But if you ever watched anything about his suicide, and you look at that suicide note, there's two different handprints on, or not handprints, but legible handwritings on there. There's two different.
Okay.
Look at it. To the fact of where the first part was written, then it was signed, and then below it, almost like a PS, more shit was added. And it has both Courtney and this dude's handprints all over it. Not one fingerprint from Kurt Cobain. Now, we all knew that I don't know if you knew or not, Shell. I don't know if you knew much about Kurt Cobain or not, but he had serious Crohn's disease, really bad. And when they first started developing medicines back in the 90s, they actually found something that relieved all of that pain that he was constantly in. And he was actually getting to where he was enjoying life, you know, because that's what he was doing the drugs for, was to try to ease that pain that he was having in his stomach. And then it got to where it became, the heroin and everything become an addiction. But he got clean. He was, how many times? He went to rehab quite a few times, but finally, and this was right after Francis Bean was born, he was actually wanting to make something of his life because of his daughter. He was not pleased with Courtney. They fought like cats and dogs from day one, and he was getting burnt out with that, but he was trying to hang in there for their daughter.
Yeah.
So you tell me, him having the encouragement to fight and keep his life going and getting it straight for his daughter, all of a sudden calling it quits, how does that make sense?
Nothing does.
No, it doesn't add up. The storyline from the detective that was on this case makes no, and this was the detective that Courtney hired. She's the one that hired this guy, and now he's coming out saying her shit's not lining up. When she would meet me somewhere, she told me they were supposed to meet in somewhere just north of Sacramento, somewhere. And she had some stuff that she wanted to give to this detective. And it was about their lawyer, and this, apparently they were getting ready to plan a divorce. So the paperwork that Courtney got her hands on, because she was best friends with her husband's attorney, got all this paperwork. This is what I'm going to be submitting. So you need to get prepared for it. Basically was like telling Kurt Cobain to do this and then turn around going behind his back and telling Courtney, plan yourself. This is what's going to come at you. So be ready. And I mean, it's just the whole thing is just really bizarre, you know?
Did you watch that Benoit thing I sent you?
Yes. You know, when that happened in 2007, I have to admit I was the same way, because I remember that night they did a little memorial for him, and they're like, oh, and come to find out the very next day the shit hit the fan because, oh, you're in support of a fucking murderer and this. And I'm like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't know how to react to it for a long time. I just kind of, but I watched that and go ahead.
See, I'm kind of the black sheep of the IWC when it comes to it. He will never go into the Hall of Fame ever.
Nope.
Does that suck? Yes, because he was an incredible performer. He was an incredible wrestler. Mm-hmm. And the fact that everything happened just tarnished everything he ever did in his life to the point where he is frowned upon.
Yeah. And I mean, it's sad, and it sucks for his son too, because his David loves wrestling.
Yes.
He's been in it all of his life. He's wanted to do it, get into it, and he simply can't because of that tarnished name. Nobody will take him in. You know?
Well, at least WWE won't.
Right.
AEW might.
Yeah.
Because of if you watched part 2, you saw how Jericho was kind of doing things. So
yeah, he might be able to make things work.
He might be able to get an AEW.
Right. Now, you know, Jericho, he never did come out and say, oh, that's wrong, they should honor him. And he never did come out and say that about, you know, honoring him or anything. But the fact he's like you said, and I'm the same.
The only thing he said was Nancy should be the one that go into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Nancy should go into Hall of Fame.
As woman.
And I agree with that.
Yeah. You know, I agree with that 110%, you know, but that, Shell, I don't know if you watched it, and I know you don't know too much about wrestling that much.
I know all about it.
You're covering your mic up again.
I said I know all about it. I was living in Georgia at the time. It was pretty gnarly.
And with you living in Georgia, that's where everything happened in Fayetteville.
How could I not know?
Yeah. I mean, that was national news at that time.
You know, and a lot of the pro wrestlers, they have condos and shit down here. Matter of fact, Mick Foley, Mankind, up until just last 5 years or so, he had a gym here in Navarre, which is about 40-minute drive from here. Remember, I told you, Shell, the only two way to get on to Pensacola Beach is 2 bridges. Yeah. One's here in Pensacola, or Gulf Breeze, and the other one's in Navarre. That's where Mick Foley's gym was. Road Dogg Jesse James is from here. Austin Idol he has now moved, but he is originally from here. You know, we were talking about wrestlers the other night, and watching that, I had totally forgot about Dean Malenko. Why? You know, and him and you know, another person that really messed up was William Regal.
Yeah.
They were pretty close, you know, and then when that happened, it's like, dude, that's like a slap in the face from hell, you know. I did not know. I knew that him and Eddie were close. Chris and Eddie, I knew they were. I did not realize they were that close. I never did see Benoit's video of him talking about Eddie where he broke down. I never seen that until I watched it. I did not know that.
When Eddie passed, and because this is when I watched it every Monday. This is when I was a hardcore fan. When I saw Benoit legitimately just break down in front of the camera, and saw how that was. And I'm like, he will never be the same.
Mm-mm.
And he wasn't.
He wasn't. He went to a very, very dark place. Now, those scientists, and they ended up actually removing his brain and everything, doing all the testing and everything with the CTE and everything. And that's CTE is basically from the concussions that you get. It literally scars the inside of your brain matter. It starts scarring it. And eventually, if you're not careful, it's like with Muhammad Ali, you have spots that starts rotting in your brain. Parts of your brain start rotting.
That's why Gronk is fighting for the CBD, because that shit can help.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the thing is, I still have to look at it. Okay. And Benoit did have some serious CTE going on in his brain. There was a lot of spots in there.
Yep.
It's like, that doesn't deem it to be right. But at the same time, you got to look at it that it was.
His brain wasn't there. His brain wasn't all the way there.
Right. Do I feel bad for the guy?
Probably doing all the drugs he did and everything else didn't help.
Yeah, along with the steroids and shit. And I'm sure the steroids didn't help any because everybody knew he was on steroids.
Dude, he was so jacked at that time. Like, he was jacked.
Do you remember when he first come out? He was. I mean, he had some form to him, but not.
But he wasn't
much,
defined the way he was. Like,
no,
when he passed,
nothing like he was.
He was defined and everything else. And I'm like,
and it seemed like the more popular he got, the bigger he got. It's crazy. Yep. But
Josh,
I mean, what?
I was just saying, Josh, what are you gonna say? I heard you say, "Ooh."
So I just got an email. Metallica is doing a live stream on Monday.
What?
Really? YouTube?
I had to look into the email, but I know it. I know they're doing some live stream on Monday.
Okay. Nice.
Well, if you would, just when you take a look at it, just post it in Cloud Chronicles.
We'll do.
And I'll share it and shit. I don't like Metallica as they are now, but for that, I'll check it out for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a free Metallica concert. You really can't bitch about that.
You know what would really make it? If Dave Mustaine shows up for that.
And I might be seeing
Jason
Megadeth.
Oh shit!
I ain't got nothing wrong with the Big Four getting back together. I love that Big Four concert. That was great. I didn't go to it, but I watched it on YouTube.
I was looking into something earlier, and Megadeth will actually be in Cleveland, and I was like, but I also want to go see In Flames, which is who they're playing with.
Yeah.
So it's like, I wouldn't be opposed to seeing Megadeth, because honestly, how much longer does Dave Mustaine have? He's battling cancer.
Yeah, he's fighting cancer.
It's like a whole different world right now. Watching concerts from your house, it's so weird.
Really, we used to have to pay money. You just had to have a subscription to do that shit.
Yeah, and now it's free. I mean, you're getting they put Frozen 2 on Disney for free.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't complain about that. No. They're going to be early releasing Star Wars.
Nice.
It's going to be an early release for free on Disney.
Wow.
They're gearing up to do the other series. What was the one?
Obi-Wan?
Was it Obi? I think it was.
Obi-Wan, I think was they were working on. I know they just casted the chick from Clone Wars into the second season of Mandalorian.
Yep. Which I'm super stoked for. I've really gotten to where I really love that show. Mandalorian is great.
Mandalorian's a great show.
And you guys do know that all the shows and movies we watch, production is pretty much stopped. So
Everything has stopped in
Yeah.
this nation
So
or in this
don't
world.
expect your TV shows, everybody, that you normally expect.
You know, and see, but that's the whole thing, Shell. We can't sit here and constantly thrive about COVID.
Nope.
I'm
I'm-
not. I mean,
That's why
I'm not- I'm
link
just-
it, you can't link it with everything that we talk about. You know what I'm saying? Because
No, I'm
that's
just
what's going to
saying. Well,
that's
you know,
what's
when
going to
it's,
drive your sanity where it doesn't need to be.
I know, I'm just saying, come fall, I'm just everybody, you know,
I know, but
that
you
your
keep
normal
referring.
shows.
You keep referring back to COVID, and it's like we're trying to get away from that.
Yeah.
You know, fuck COVID. Leave that shit behind us for right now. We got cooler chickens to talk about and awesome fucking ducks to look at. So,
Yep.
I mean, you've got to stay positive with this. You've got
I'm
to.
trying, man.
I mean, I am. I mean, hell, I'm enjoying this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm enjoying this right now.
Right.
I'm enjoying the life of just not really having a schedule and just doing whatever the kind of fuck I want to do.
And knowing that you can keep yourself clean and safe.
Yeah. I got me and the dog and Jess whenever Jess is home.
Yeah.
You know, that's about the extent of what goes on in my life. It's like I wake up. All right, cool. I'm here. What am I doing today?
It's simple.
And that's another thing I'll say when you're quarantining, and Josh is pretty much try to keep your schedule kind of the same way your everyday life is. If you get up 5 days a week,
I've been sleeping in a little bit later than normal, but I mean, I'm still up by 10.
Yeah.
Today I slept till 11:30, but that's because today was just a rainy, stormy day.
Yeah, it was because your electricity went out this morning, so it's like, fuck it, I'm going back to bed.
Yeah, I was like, fuck it. I have nothing I can do at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going back to bed.
Right.
So then power came back on, and I'm like, all right, cool. I just want to get up now.
That's the whole. You make do with what you have to work with, and make it work as best as you. As best as you can. Me, on the other hand, I'm sitting here, and I shouldn't be this way. I really shouldn't be, but I'm sitting there. I'm like, I'm ready to go home any day now. I'm ready to take that 14 days off because I really hate my. They know it. These guys know it. They know I hate my job. It just with my back and the way it's been really bad this year for me. 2020 has not been a promising year for my back and my neck.
2020 has been a shitty year so far.
It has.
I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah. Fuck 2020. Send that bitch into space. We don't need it no more. You know. But that's the whole thing. We can't sit here and dwell on today. We've got to look to tomorrow. That way we can get to tomorrow, because you don't get yourself checked right every day and make sure that you're okay. Kind of keep a schedule. You don't have to keep an exact schedule, but you get up for work, say 6 o'clock in the morning. Okay, we'll get up around 7, sleep in an hour. Get up, do your thing, do your coffee, take your poop, walk the dog, whatever. Keep your routine the same. And then for things you would be doing at work in those 8 hours or 10 hours or whatever, find you something that you can do. And it doesn't have to be work related, fuck. Find some games to play, watch, whether they be video games or games you play with your kids, whatever, have a lot of interaction going.
I mean, you guys know, for me, it's like once I get up and kind of going, I get on Twitch.
Yeah.
I do Twitch. Now, I don't play the same game. Like, I'll do maybe 2 hours of one game, switch it up, go to another game do about 2 hours. Switch it up like that, but then there's times that I'll take a break from Twitch and watch YouTube or something on
movie in or something,
like Netflix or something like that. So it's like I'm constantly switching up, because problem is, if I continue playing the same games over and over and over and over again, I'm gonna get tired of playing them by the time I go back to work. That's why I need to switch up stuff as well.
Right. And that's like Shell, she plays the Animal Crossing. Hell yeah, power to you. That's a good thing that game had just come out and everything. You've got something to play, and there's plenty of other games.
And you can still have that social.
Yes. It's like I love it because it's a world full of animals, and then you can only invite people on your island that you like. If only real life could be like that.
It's just like me. I haven't done it this much because I've put in a lot of hours this week. I'm tired.
You did.
You know, getting off at 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. I got off early Monday. That was the only day. I put in 9 hours. Yeah, I worked today. I put in 6 hours today. You know, I think I'm at 66 hours or something like that. No, 61 hours. No, because I left at 3. That's 9 hours. 63 hours. 63 hours. But it's just been, you know, it's that we're at a point with our jobs that we're getting close to the end of one. So as you start finishing up a job with construction, you start working longer to get it done. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because you're getting to that timeline. We have time periods that we have to do these jobs. So when they say it's got to be done by July 1, we've got to be done by July 1. For each day that we go past July 1 is hefty tens of thousands of dollar fines. So, you know, if we get a rain day in now, if it rains, that day doesn't count against us. You know, so it just sucks.
Like today, if our weather was the way it was down there, you would have went home.
Yeah, I wouldn't have showed up.
Yeah, you would have been home because it was. Mm-hmm. Yeah, once that hail started, yeah, you ain't doing
but
that.
If y'all look back around Christmas, I was at home a lot because it was raining like every day.
Yep.
You know, before our Christmas break, because we're always off between Christmas and New Year's, but before Christmas break and after, we didn't work much because of all the rain that we were getting. So, but and you know, people are like, we're going to hit it as hard as we can right now because we don't know if we're going to go home or whatever. It's like, I told Rick, I was like, from now on, 55 hours my limit. I like that. I'll give you 55 hours. I said, but that's all I can handle, dude. When I left yesterday, because I got off, I still got 10 hours in yesterday, but when I got off of work, my back was just, it felt like somebody was just driving a knife right into the base of my spine. You know, and then of course with that sciatic nerve pinch, my right foot, it tingles all the time. And it felt like somebody was just taking millions of steak knives and just jabbing them in my foot. I told Rick, I was like, I got to go home. I can't do this no more, you know. And I'm getting out of the truck, walking around, doing my thing, you know, because, you know, that's a big thing, getting up, moving around, get that blood circulating, get the pressure off that nerve, you know. So
have you been partaking?
Once. That's all I could get from Jim.
When was this?
Wednesday night. I didn't even talk to you guys.
Oh, you mother.
Dude, seriously. It was like that much. It was a bowl full.
Oh, you got to come vid chat with us when you're stoned. Come on now.
I wasn't even really stoned. I was just kind of.
Gonna say if it's that much probably into shit.
Yeah, like I said, it was just like that much. It just kind of like, that's about it.
Kind of help ease the pain a little bit, but that was about it.
Took the edge off. That's about it. You know?
I gotta see you stoned though. I have to see this.
But it's, you know, I mean, with everything going on between work and all this bullshit with this virus, and then, you know, just doing daily life in itself, it's like it's hard. It's a struggle, you know. Keeping your sanity and where it needs, you know, you got to keep your sanity in check every day, because if you don't, you're going to lose.
That's why I completely stayed home for That's why I completely stayed home for 4 days, because I was literally about to have a nervous breakdown.
Let's make a pact. Quit watching all the presidential and governing videos for 2 days.
Watch me.
Exactly.
Because I'll be after tomorrow. I'll probably be after Monday. Tomorrow I'll have something that you'll enjoy watching.
Tomb Raider.
Yep.
What? Okay, awesome.
Yeah. So
that was my Windows 98 game.
I forgot to change it again.
You did.
I always forget. But
Uh,
yeah, this I won't say the person that we're getting these little tidbits of messaging from, a voice thing, and then we got a couple of videos. Got a video yesterday or day before, and then got another video today, and it's like the first was just a voice track. I've done for what was it about, Shell?
what are
The
you
first
talking
one.
about?
It come from a certain person. I won't drop any names, but I don't remember what that one was about. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'll just.
The one I.
Do I know said person?
Yes, you do. I've got it right here. Let me go up here and play it.
Hi guys.
Can y'all hear it?
Just wanted to pass on this information. It was sent to me by a colleague who has a friend that works at Dr. Negrin, which is the main hospital on our island. It's obviously in Spanish, so I'm just going to read it and translate it for you. This is what it says. The Chinese now understand.
Okay.
Oh, my phone turned off. It went to sleep. But anyway, basically that part just they kind of go into just make damn sure you wash your hands and everything. And then the second one that we got was talking about quit taking ibuprofen because apparently it is excelling the COVID virus.
Honestly, I haven't even taken.
I've got both, but I usually take Tylenol anyway. I'm not a big ibuprofen
I prefer
taker.
ibuprofen. To me, it works faster
Yeah.
when it comes to like headaches and stuff. But I haven't taken a leave in probably 2 months.
And then this little video.
It's the video from Instagram that was up, but they've been taking it down. Just a little information for y'all.
Going on now that the coronavirus is actually infecting my family by shutting schools down and shutting down schools across the nation. Something just since the beginning hasn't seemed right with this coronavirus. And now looking at the recommendations on how to kill it, it's a weak-ass virus. Like,
a weak-ass virus.
Kills the virus. Like, I haven't really heard of it.
Now, I'm not putting much into this video, really, because the guy talking about it dies at 80 degrees. Well, guess what? It's been above 80 here all week, and our numbers are still growing in cases. So I have to say that's not plausible. It's really not. Michael August says, she sounds like she wants to tell me about my car's extended warranty. You're right.
Yes.
Those are the calls I usually block. Matter of fact, I had one call.
Actually, I haven't received any calls like that in a while since this shit happened.
I'm still getting them, sadly.
Are you?
But it's like one of them, they call, and I've got the number blocked, but it still shows me on my notifications. The motherfuckers called me like 12 times in one day. That
Damn.
same number. I've had blocked for over a year, But it's like, oh my God. But I'm getting stupid emails about coronavirus this, take a loan on that, this, that, and the other. And, it's like, really? I'm good.
So this brings up a question.
Oh boy.
So we're getting those stimulus checks in 3 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing's going to be open.
Pay your bills with
People, pay your bills with that shit. That's what it's there for.
Pay your bills with that shit.
Don't, because you got money, doesn't mean that we're so, what's the word I'm thinking of? Used to when we get money to go buy things, to go out to eat, to go do whatever. This is money that's going to help you get out of a situation that you might be in because of the virus.
Right.
That's what it's there for. It's to help you get out of a situation that you got into because of a shutdown.
Yeah, don't look at it like, hey man, I got $1,200 free from Trump that I ain't got to pay back. I'm gonna go buy me a pair of $1,000 Nikes. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. Pay your bills. Seriously. Use the money where it needs to be placed, and that's bills.
Bills. That's it. Bills. That's
Bills.
That's it. Bills.
What are you going? You got that $1,200. You think it's, you know, and I know it may not pay many bills, but that'll get most likely get you through another month. If it's just your utilities.
Or hell, use it to buy groceries.
Yeah.
Something to help you get through this time. That's what it's there for.
So if we go through this for 6 months and you're not working, you get no money from your company or whoever you're working for, and you go out and say you spend $1,000 on a fucking pair of shoes, you think that $200 is going to get you enough groceries for 6 months? 1,200, you could do it with 1,200, but man, it's going to be slim pickings, ramen noodle eating motherfuckers. But hey, you're eating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
you know, a lot of poor man meals.
I think people just need to reevaluate what they're blowing money on at this point.
Well, what they need to do is realize what life is really about, and I've been trying to tell people this for fucking years. Money isn't everything.
Nope.
You know, if you think that money's more important in your fucking life, you got something wrong up here. It's like I tell the guys I work with, them motherfuckers want to work 70, 80, 90, 100 hours a week, and I'm like, y'all are stupid. Why you say that? I was like, you have no life. You work 7 days a week. You do nothing, but you barely go home. You don't get enough sleep. You eat quickly. You don't spend any time with your kids. You don't spend any time with your significant other. And you call that a life? That's not a life.
No.
I'll tell you right now. Me and my ex-wife had the cush life. We had the 200,000+ a year. I was still at them. I was still the same fucking person as I am now. Money doesn't, you may think it makes the situation better, but all it does is put a Band-Aid on it. That's all it does. Because I thought I was going to be living in hog heaven. I was going to be great. Guess what? I still had responsibilities when I was making all that money between me and her. And we still, in a sense, struggled because it was so taxing on us, not as in a money sense, but it was hard on us. You know what I'm saying? So live life for what it is. Life is a remarkable thing.
You could be poor as hell and be very happy.
Mm-hmm.
Right. You would probably consider me on a poverty level. I don't live on a poverty level. I have things. Minimal. I don't have a house. I only have an apartment. You know, with the situation I'm in, it's worked out pretty good, but I don't have all this monetary stuff. I don't have all these clutches of brand new vehicles and boats that I can park in my yard for 2 years straight and never take it out, but I pay $600 a month on. What kind of sense does that shit make?
It doesn't.
You buy an $80,000 fucking boat and you never take it out. Because why? You're always working.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm putting these extra hours in to pay for my boat
that you never use.
What part of that doesn't make sense? This is what our society has come to. They have lost sight of what's important about life. It's not about the fucking dollar, people. It's about living it. And right now, that choice is being taken away from a lot of people, whether they're doing right or wrong. And I feel bad for the people that do have it and end up passing away. I feel sorry for any of them, you know, because that disease is not prejudice. It's not racist. It sets no demographics, no nothing. It attacks you no matter if you're 1 year old or you're 110 years old. It's going to get you if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to take life for what it is day by day, you know, because you never know. Tomorrow may never come.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my point on fucking money.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, don't get me wrong, money's nice. Money's nice.
Oh, it is. Just yeah.
at one point does it?
It's nice for your essentials, and
Yes.
and yeah, maybe a little refreshing bonus from time to time of getting yourself a reward of some type, whether it be that $1,000 pair of sneakers or whatever. But to live life to the point that you're completely in debt with everybody and you're going to spend the rest of your life paying it back, and then when it comes time for you to retire, that
You can't
retirement
retire.
fund that you set back, that you planned for, goes to, guess what? All that shit that you bought that you haven't paid for yet, or that you had to sacrifice second mortgages, third mortgages to pay for something because of a situation, something like this that happened. That's the whole thing. Put your money in the bank because you never know. You
Hey,
never know.
Valak. Sorry.
What's up, bro? My man right there, Valak, will tell you, life is precious. It's sweet. It can be taken from you in a snap, just like that. Um, right now he's at home. He's working on. I forgot what year it was, bro. Is it a '49 Plymouth? I think it is. They chopped the top on it this week. They started working on it last part of last week, but they got the roof chopped, and now they're actually putting it all together. So, but yeah, he's been working on that. But it's like the little things like that, or that's what makes life. Doing stuff and not
Fun hobbies, stuff like that.
Not being a slave to the man. That's the biggest thing. That's my biggest bitch. Don't be a slave to the fucking man.
And if you find a hobby, try to find a non-expensive hobby.
Yes.
Like,
not buying $80,000. Don't buy an $80,000 boat that you're never going to take out.
Unfortunately, most of my hobbies are not cheap.
That's it. 52 Plymouth is what he's working on.
52 Plymouth.
Yeah.
I mean, gaming isn't cheap.
No, I mean, if you skirt on the kind of like I do, it can be. But if you're one of those that you get really pulled into it and really enticed with it, it can get whoo. Because then you're beyond the consoles.
I'm buying as shell. I'm buying games like once a week.
Oh, very cool.
It's to the point where I'm paying $30 to $70 a week in games.
Damn. Very cool, bro. 4-inch chop in the front, 3-inch chop in the back.
Very nice.
It's going to set nice when you get done with it. He's been posting some as he goes along type videos and pictures. But yeah, it's important to live life and enjoy it. Don't make it hard. My life is very simple. I drive an old truck most of the time. I've got a Civic in a driveway. Do I ever drive it? No, because it's hard for me to get in and out of because of my back. Ain't because of my fat ass. My problem with the Honda is from here to my butthole. The torso is just too tall. It's too hard for me to get in and out of the car because the way that roof line comes along, and it's hard for me to turn my head because you have to turn your head sideways and then go like this, and it's hard for me to do that. So I hardly ever drive it.
Well, I'll put it this way, just as Yaris.
I can get in and out of a Toyota though. They have that
Yaris is small.
It's been a while since I've driven one, but I mean, yeah, they're pretty tight, but they actually have more headroom to get your head in than a Honda does. Not much. We're talking maybe that much, but that's just the amount that I need. I've always had issues getting in and out of Hondas. Always. Excuse me.
I'm probably gonna go to bed at about like 11:30 or so, though.
Okay.
That's all right. We're gonna keep the show going because we got other shit to delve into.
Yeah, I think me and Adam got some shit we want to delve into.
Y'all see what Valak said? And that is straight up. Yeah, a wise man told me, keep it simple, stupid.
Yes, keep it simple, stupid.
Yep. I've been told that many a time. Keep it simple, stupid.
You guys okay with me leaving at 11:30?
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you got to chill and go to bed or whatever, you got to work tomorrow.
Yep.
It just hit her. Fuck, I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Yeah. I was like, because it was on her, and I'm like, looking at her reaction, I'm like, yeah, she's just real. It just dawned on her.
Yeah, I was like slow motion. I was like,
yeah.
But
what me and Josh talked to you about before the show, really take that into consideration, please.
Yes.
Money isn't everything. So we'll keep it at that. But yeah, I like that old saying. I've always followed that. When I started getting into car hauling and started figuring out how to do it, and I was like, man, I can make money doing this shit. And I was making $100,000 a year, and then she was making anywhere from 65 to 80,000. So I mean, we were knocking on 200,000. I had the nice big 3,500 Chevy dually. We had a big house that had a screened in pool and 4 bedrooms with a study, and that was only like 5 years old. She had the at the time pretty much brand new Volkswagen Jetta. She loved that Jetta. We seen it, and she's like, "Oh, I love that car." And I'm like, "You've got a nice car now." "No, I want that one." I was like, "That one's not as big. It's probably not as nice." Boy, was that Alex ended up, we gave it to Alex when he turned 16, or when he started driving at 18, actually. And car only had like 140,000 miles, and the fucking engine blew up in it.
Damn.
And it was taken care of. Everything was serviced on it as it was, to be done. But I was like, Volkswagen? Really?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like a VW.
Yeah, VWs hold up they're solid. They're good vehicles. It might have just been a Monday or Friday car that got built. I don't know, but we did have a lot of issues with it.
It was probably a lemon from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. So
yep.
Thing is, we bought it as a demonstrator. It was brand new, but it wasn't, because I don't even know if they do it anymore, but used to, your top salesman usually would get a demo to drive back and forth to work in, and they'll give them one of those, and I think that's what it was. So it was loaded. I mean, it was a TI and everything. It had the full package on it and everything, but it still was like, eh. It come from the dealer with fucking Pirelli tires on it. But yeah, it's been a different vibe since I've gotten away from all that money and all that worry that I used to have to deal with. I would definitely say my life is a lot simpler, a lot easier.
Yep.
Got to keep it, maintain the simple stuff. It may not mean much to a lot of folks, but
and honestly, I'm not gonna lie. If I ever get to that status where I made that much money, I'm gonna continue doing the same thing I'm doing now.
Yep.
It's what I'm comfortable with.
That's it. Because you try to change yourself, like I tried to do. I thought, money was going to change me and make me a better person and be financially sound and all
That's
this.
That's the farthest from the truth.
Dude, I ended up in so much debt over that shit, because when the stock market crashed in 2008, so did we. We hit bottom hard. So,
well, again, like that's why I think I said this a couple of weeks ago. That's what worries me with like my 401k and my IRAs and stuff is I have money invested in that.
Mm-hmm.
And when this stock market goes down, that affects that.
Yeah. Well, luckily it's starting to pick back up some. So,
as I have, like you said, I've been good. I haven't been paying attention to anything outside of this house. So,
right. Fill your tank up while you can. I will tell you that. Fill it up while you can. On the gas.
Yeah, Jess just filled it up yesterday. She's been using my car.
Oh, okay.
So
was it around there about $1.80, $1.75, somewhere around there?
Around there. Yeah.
We're at the store right up here is $1.75 a gallon. So there was one. She had dropped it to $1.69, but I passed and seen $1.69, and then I come back by like 30 minutes later, and she was out there changing it, raising it up to 174, I believe. But now they're back at 175. So everybody, that's about the lowest you can find around here, like 174, 175.
Which I'm not complaining. Hell, I'm not complaining about that price.
No, that's basically 75 cents cheaper than what I was paying. I filled my shit up, both of them. So
Valak said more money brings more drama. Just saying.
that's right.
That's right. It does. It does.
You know, if you
and that's why I don't, even if I do make it big, I'm not gonna let it I'm not gonna let it change me. I'm not gonna let it consume me or
because it
do
will.
what it is.
And you got to. It's hard to fight. It's hard to fight to keep your sanity and keep yourself straight and in check. When you have all that money sitting in that account and you're like, what am I going to buy today? You know, it's like, don't get to that point. It's like money sitting in there today. It's going to stay there.
Well, I mean, you guys know me well enough. You already will know what I'm going to
buy. Right. Exactly.
I mean.
So I know Shell said that she's going to be cutting out here. So I know she's got to get some sleep and all that. So,
all right, guys, my new phrase is be kind, use your common sense mind.
There you go.
There you go.
All right,
well, have a good night.
All right. No,
I'll give it on and watch for a bit.
Okay.
Sounds good.
All right, bye.
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 But yeah, it's
I'm 23. Okay.
Yeah, there's. I was trying to think of, we were talking, kind of jumping back to where we were originally at. We were talking about Benoit and wrestling and all that with that whole mess.
So, real quick, why we kind of brought that up, WrestleMania has already happened.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you were aware of that or not, but they're doing it as a 2-night event now. I think after WrestleMania, they're going to be kind of just done for the time being, because I think they're doing all the recordings and everything now. So,
right, it's going to be a lot of reruns.
Well, I don't know if it's going to be reruns or not, but the problem is some of the wrestlers now are coming positive with it too.
Yeah.
So, it sucks. I mean, oddly enough, this is going to be the first WrestleMania that I'll watch that is not going to feel like an actual WrestleMania.
Right.
Because everything you get from WrestleMania, like especially when it comes to like the audience and stuff like that, ain't going to feel the same.
It's not. And even like, what the Dropkick Murphys concert really reminded me of was the Guitar Center sessions. That's exactly what it reminded me of. It's like they had a live concert, but nobody was there. They were just in a studio performing. And it's like they were trying to make it as if they were in front of a big stadium or something of people, but it's like it still wasn't the same.
And you know that when they're doing certain parts of the song where you already know they want the audience to sing it back to them, and it's not there, and it doesn't.
Yeah, instead you've got like the same. You've got like your 7 or 8 producers and fucking directors and hand help and behind the cameras, chanting the lyrics, and it's like it's not the same. It's not that roar that you normally hear from the audience. It's like, but I understand they got to do what they got to do. A lot of TV production, movie production has stopped. The world has almost stopped. And I'm gonna talking about the world. I'm gonna bring something up real quick.
Yes.
You've probably even seen people in the past bashing food service workers. What the hell they deserve $15 an hour for?
Mm-hmm.
Where are they at now? Where's the people that's always bitching about it? Where you at?
indoors while they're still working.
Yeah, you're sitting out. Most of you are sitting at home while they're taking chances, making sure you have something to eat. Yeah, I want to hear you. I want to hear you about that now. And I know you're going to try. Well, it's because the virus.
I'll be honest. Though, soon enough, they're going to be sent home.
Yeah.
Soon enough, you're not going to be able to order from McDonald's where we've been. That's going to stop.
Yeah, it's going to be groceries only. That's the hard realization of it, but it's especially with these hotspot areas. Really with them big time. The spots like where I'm at, it's kind of like we're getting there, but you know, because if you look at the virus map, like where we're at and everything, yeah, South Florida it's huge. It's not as big as New York City, but then you move up Florida and you got blotches, and then you get to where I'm at, then there's several blotches again. I mean, several blotches, and then you get over New Orleans, you got another hot spot. So it's like we're in between two decent sized hot spots. We're 5 hours from Atlanta, you know, so you still got people out there traveling, still going on vacation, and you know, dragging that virus everywhere they go, and then, you know, plaguing somebody else with it.
Because realistically, I mean, I hate that we're still bringing it up, but I mean, it's our current time. You know what I'm saying? I said in about 2 weeks, we're going to see numbers that,
yeah,
I give it about 2 more weeks, and then we're going to see even more cases, even more deaths. We haven't even scraped anything with it yet.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and listening to, and I don't know, I'm sure you don't know, but Trump and Cuomo has been going back and forth hot and heavy.
I'm kind of hearing a little bit of it.
Trump questioned Cuomo. He's like, why do you have ventilators stored in Elizabethtown, New Jersey? He's like, you're telling me you're short on all this stuff, but yet you've got stuff sitting in Jersey doing nothing. I just, yeah, you're right, Valak. The mom and pop restaurants and stuff, those are the ones that's going to hurt the most out of all this. Your McDonald's and Burger Kings and all that, they're going to bounce back.
This virus is a killer for small business.
Yeah, it is for sure.
It is. I hate to say it. It is.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of small businesses, they haven't been able to put a lot of money into unemployment, stuff like that. So when it comes time for them to lay off the workers, when they come, if they can come back from it, they're going to be running a skeleton crew.
Yeah, that's it. And like with me, you know, I'm sitting here contemplating if I want to go ahead and start stocking up on my juice. You know, I know that as far as the state law, vape shops are not essential. That's a given. I'm not going to sit here and say we're going to stay open because we're essential. No, by law, right now, you are not essential, so you have to close. So I'm going to stock up.
I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. With someone who works at a shop, I'm glad we're closed.
Yeah.
I really am. People want to argue and complain. This is essential. It can be. But to the government, it's not. Our government's trying to ban this shit. Why are they going to think it's essential?
Yep.
And I said that to my owner. I said that to our general manager. I'm like, they're trying to ban this. They're not going to view that as an essential.
Exactly. That's my whole point. It's like, why? And when I got toward the end of my advocacy and I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm done. I said that because I know what the government already has in their minds and what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's these little vape companies and these vape juice companies that's going to come from big tobacco. That's what's going to happen. Okay. This whole PMTAs, they know damn well that these juice companies can't pay all them fees for the PMTAs for each flavor for each nicotine level. That's going to wipe out 99% of them. Truth be told.
So something, while we're sitting here on doing our at-home stuff, our general manager is looking into the PMTAs for our household. So he's actually looking into it, seeing how much it's going to cost and stuff like that.
Right.
So it might be a little too late for it. It is what it is.
Yeah.
But with the way I look at it, with the virus the way it is, they need that. This should be a reason to push it back.
Right. That's it. Shell, what are you talking about? NH allows it. New Hampshire, I'm assuming.
Yeah, New Hampshire would.
What are they allowing? Essential? That vape shops are essential? That's what I'm trying to find out. I could give two shits about Juul.
Juul can go just jerk off for all I care.
Yeah, their whole line could be discontinued as far as I'm concerned. People use
all that shit can fucking go.
And see, that's why I've tried to explain to a certain person, wink, wink, when you sell Juul, that should tell you right there that a shop owner, they're only worried about one thing. Sadly, that's hearsay though, Shell. So that's not concrete. That's not, we don't know if that's law or not. As far as I know, vape shops that I know of are not essential. I could be wrong, but I don't know. What was that?
I have no idea. Sounded like bottle rockets.
Could be. Maybe there's some people that's bored. I got some shit left over from New Year's. Here, let's blast this shit off.
Because it didn't have the explosion, but it sounded like the screaming bottle rockets.
Right.
That's what it sounded like. It could have been a car, for all I know.
Could have been a purge horn. They're a week late, but
Good. It is. I'm fucked.
Yeah.
I'm fucked.
That's like I was talking to Tyler last weekend at Bat Vapor, and I was like, "Y'all ever gonna carry Juul?" And he's like, "Fuck no, we'll never carry Juul." He's like, "We'll go out of business before you carry Juul." You know, he's like, "We're not going to support the company that is destroying our industry." That's what I don't understand about that one company that we know a person works at. Why they're so heavy into Juul. It's like, you know, they're saving lives. No, they're they're lining their pockets. Well, it is what it is.
It is what it is, man.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you know, I mean, it's. And Tyler's like, he's like, man, he says, yeah, we're going to close, but he's like, if it's like someone like me or Felipe, one of the regulars, Tom will actually send it to our house. We'll just pay him on PayPal or whatever, and he'll just send it to our house for free.
That's cool.
You know, so.
Man, I'm sure if I need something while we're on this shit,
you can get it.
I could just be like, text the owner and be like, hey, I'm gonna swing by here, grab this, and when we come back, I'll just pay for it.
Yeah, just write an IOU or some shit like that. Yeah. You know,
I'm sure he's not gonna have any issues with that whatsoever.
Well, it's like Tom said, he's still gonna have his, you know, he's gonna keep track of his product, as you know, and if it's somebody, one of the regulars, if they need something, and as he sells so many, he will keep replenishing it as long as he can, you know, as long as delivery is running. So, but see, that's like with Tom that owns Bad Vapor. If that store closes, it's not going to hurt him because he's actually a realtor. This is just a write-off for him, you know?
Right.
You know? Fucking Brandon with another shop here, that motherfucker's done turned it into a full-fledged. He took all vape shit out, put cigarettes and everything in there. He's all about the money.
He went to a smoke shop.
Yeah, straight up smoke shop. Don't even fucking sell glass. Just cigarettes and cigars and pipe tobacco. That's it.
That's a smoke shop.
Yep. You know, so it's like, well, whatever, you know. And I know there's a lot of people that excuse me, that open vape shops for the fast dollar. There's a lot of them that done that, you know. How many that keep up that say that, oh, we're fighting for lives? Yeah, there's quite a few of them that's what their main goal is, to help people get off cigarettes. But there are some out there that's like, whatever, I just want to make dollar. That's all that matters. It was a quick cash cow for them. Sadly, I mean.
Yeah. we got two that are open up here. What does that go to? When I hear things like that, all I think of is greed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But they're using the essential.
We gave enough time, enough heads up to our customers to be prepared for this.
Yep,
we
exactly.
Did.
And you did what? You shut down when you were told to.
We shut down. We followed the governor's orders. You know? Because there's a lot to play when you are open right now. You are going to deal with a heavy fine. You are looking at prison time.
Yep.
This is something that we're not taking, it's something we're taking serious. And the majority of us all agree that we all kind of need this vacation.
Yeah. And that's the way I would look at it, as a vacation, really.
From everything that's going on for the last 6 months, we all kind of need it.
Right.
But then I do have coworkers that really want to be at work right now, and it's like, I get it, because that's what you do. But I'm like,
that's your norm.
That's your norm.
You got to break your norm for right now. You know.
I get it, but you have to find hobbies.
Mm-hmm.
I know he games. I might just game a little bit more than what you normally do.
Mm-hmm.
Do what you got. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Or like my bro Valak, get you a project car to fuck around with, and go outside during the day, and they're not gonna say nothing to you. You're outside, and like, he has his brother come over, and they're working together, you know, and that's what eats their daily time up, is they're working on this car, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it keeps them going. It's something to do. They're out of the house. They're not sitting here watching every moment of what's taking place. And that's the biggest killer of it all, is just sitting there in front of that TV or phone or whatever and watching every little move that this virus makes, or what the government or president does. I mean, it will wear on you bad, you know.
I'm taking this time to listen to music, to listen to albums.
Yep.
That I'm like, why the hell not? I have nothing better to do right now, something new to listen to. Mm-hmm. I'm taking time to listen to different bands I never really listened to.
Yep.
Just killing time. I mean, when you're like this, that's the only thing you have, is to kill time.
Exactly. That's just like, I've been doing a lot of listening to different cultural podcasts, like metal music. Well, yeah, podcasts too. I mean, you know me, I love my last podcast on the left. I love that podcast. It's so great. They have so many good stories. They actually redid the JFK assassination, but they did it more on the Lee Harvey Oswald aspect of it, more so than JFK.
Okay.
You know, which I knew that was a sick little individual. That dude wasn't right, you know. Talking about just as if it had taken place now as compared to back then, it would have been so much different. It probably never would have happened, you know, because, you know, you didn't have the technology back like we have now back then. Yeah, you had cameras and shit like that, but You know, even your guns. I mean, the gun he was using was basically a World War II gun. You know,
I mean, hell, there's guns now that have thermal.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you just flip that thermal on. You could be in a pitch black room and see the body heat.
You know, these guys actually pointed out something I had never thought about, because I had always wondered. You know, we all know that he was shot from the back of the head. Okay.
Ooh, that's new.
What's that?
North Korea fires unlicensed missile into the sea.
Ooh. It's strange you haven't heard any coronas. Good night, Shell.
Night shell.
You haven't heard anything about the coronas or anything in North Korea. Honestly, there were people like, oh, there's nothing going on in Russia, but there is. They do have. It's not many, but you know.
Well, I have a feeling if anything did happen in Korea, it's Kim, right? Kim Jong-un.
Yeah.
Probably would kill him.
Yeah.
I don't see him. I don't see him messing around with that. I see. Oh, you have it. Take him to the dungeon and just torture him until he's dead.
Just leave him there. You don't even have to torture him, because that virus is going to do all the torturing.
Yeah.
You know, gasping for breath and all that. You know.
So I have a feeling that's what he would probably do to his citizens.
That's it. You know, and you've been hearing about all the conspiracies as far as, and we don't know if they're true or not. They're just that. They're conspiracies. They're ideas that people are come up with. Talking about the doctor here from, was it Harvard, that had part of it that took it over to China, was helping him develop. And and it's like, okay, we made an arrest today, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, okay, you know, I'm not hearing it on the news, whether they're hiding it or not. You know, I see the same video being circulated, and it's like, it's kind of hard. You know, it puts yourself in that position where you're like, yay or nay, you know.
Yeah.
But now this other shit that we were kind of talking about earlier with those 9 videos.
Yes, this is kind of where I was wanting to go.
Valak, listen to this shit, bro. I'll actually I'll link you in Messenger with these videos.
Yes. Again, just to recap, because I'm not going to say the group of them. If you follow Mortal Kombat, they are based on, well, they're not based off of Mortal Kombat, but there's a character that shares the same name as this group. Mm-hmm. That's all I'll say.
Yep.
Now, do you think they'd tie into Illuminati?
Good
that's
question.
something that was never brought up, and I'm kind of sitting here thinking, I'm like, could it be a branch of the Illuminati?
Yep. That's it. You know, there's a lot of things that makes you. It's like you're either holy fuck, or, you know, I mean, it's like,
Either you believe it or you don't believe it. That there's no in between with it. It's like either this opens your eyes to the point where it makes you believe it, or it puts it into a sense that it makes sense, or you're just like, this is all far-fetched. There's no way this is 100% legit. How can this be real?
Right.
Do they really do this type ordeal?
And what I'll do, I'll give them a little hint.
Go ahead.
It kind of goes along with a ball.
Something that you use with your feet. I can't put any more out there. I can't.
And if you're looking at, as far as like he said, the character, what's up with all these erased messages, Shell?
She's probably stoned off her ass.
Probably. I'm gonna call her Queen Message Remover.
Something.
Oh, she's so funny. Yeah, he was. Josh had mentioned that there's a character in Mortal Kombat that's pretty much the same name. Well, you got to change the first letter of that name, really, but it still has the sound of that letter. There you go.
Did somebody get it?
I don't know.
If you think you know who it is, put in the message.
I'm trying to think. Wasn't there a movie? I was away from Mortal Kombat. Wasn't there a movie that the character had this same name?
Maybe. Probably. I mean, there's.
And I want to say, I'm thinking like maybe like an Egyptian movie or a Saudi movie. Like not Aladdin, but something along there. That's what I'm getting. That's the kind of sense I'm getting from it. I almost said it, so, but I'm like Josh.
But I also think that I know that name's in another game. I can't think of which game it is at the moment. It's not Halo. It's not Gears. Destiny.
There you go.
Destiny. Think of the groups of enemies in Destiny.
What is that family name? Rothschilds are not shit compared to this family. Starts with an A.
You're in here right now.
No, not Mature Audrey. What the fuck is that shit? I'm trying to Google it. Here we go.
Adam.
The Aldo Brandini family.
Aldo Brandini. Okay.
If you look that name up, you'll learn everything you need to know pretty much. The Rothschilds, Rockefeller, those guys ain't shit compared to this family.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Give me a second. Okay, then we're good. I just took a picture. I was plugging my phone into the charge.
Oh, okay.
That's why, because if not,
it's all
there would be no extending this tonight.
That's it. But yeah, it's these videos that we had watched. Me, Shell, and Shell just finished watching them tonight. She watched them last week, but she just wasn't in the right place to watch it, so she wasn't able to really capture or anything. So as far as taking it in, but now she's seeing, she's like, holy shit. And that's like, yep, that's what we were talking about. Getting a lot of feedback, Josh.
Because I had to take the headphones out.
Oh shit.
Because it's either I only have one port for my phone. It's either the charger or the headphones.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. I know we're normally good on this. Just give me a second.
Just blame it on the Coronas.
Yep, we're blaming on the Coronas. There we go.
Yeah. But this whole bunch is kind of tied into and it's weird. And like you had mentioned the Illuminati. Yeah, it's pretty much all ties into that. And I know there's a lot of people that's like, oh, that shit doesn't exist. There's too much proof to say that they do not exist at all. So
there's too many coincidences to say that it doesn't exist.
mm-hmm. Yeah. There's like, and even though people look at you, I guess with any religion, you have the good side, you have the bad side, and you look at the Satanism and the way that some of the people follow the Satanistic worship. Some take it in the good aspect of it, but there's some that follows down that dark path. And, this one kind of dwells down that dark path.
Yes, it does follow down a dark path, but by the time you get to part 10, there's light, and we already have seen some of the light that has come out of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's and this kind of reverts back onto the post that you shared with me about all these CEOs stepping down between like end of December to February. Major CEOs.
Yes.
I mean, you can tell them there's.
I mean, I don't have the post in front of me, but a lot. And when we're saying major CEOs, we're talking like Disney, we're talking
Harley Davidson,
Microsoft. Remember how Bill Gates, it was reported Bill Gates left the board of.
He left the board member, the board of members, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, board of members.
Ooh, shit.
Bill Gates has a lot to do with shit.
Yes. A whole lot. Are these
Bill
batteries I want? I gotta.
And his wife's foundation has a lot of shit.
Bill and Kim Gates Foundation, I think it's called Kimberly and Bill Foundation, Gates Foundation, something like that. Yeah. Some lot of spooky shit. And this is where what we were talking about earlier, where we were talking about the pedophile, the child trafficking. This is where all this comes into play. We're talking from, hold on just a second. I'm here, but I'm just out of the scene for a second. I'm putting my batteries on charge. We're seeing names as high up as the Pope. Not the Pope now, but a Pope. Is it a Pope and two presidents, or was it the other way around?
It was a Pope and two presidents.
That's involved, yes.
And if I had to guess,
no,
the Pope is the current Pope.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to guess. Benedict, maybe.
Even, and who's there? Who's the Pope now?
Francis.
Francis. Yeah, that's it.
And with me being a Catholic, I like Francis. I do. I think he's a good Pope. But that
Benedict was sketchy.
Benedict reminded me too much of freaking Emperor Palpatine, hands down.
Yeah.
He really reminded me of Emperor Palpatine. Every time I looked at his face, I could just see him with the black hood on. And I was just like, I don't like him. I don't trust him. And because my mom's Catholic, This was
right.
like silly, and I'm like, I get too much of an Emperor Palpatine vibe off of him.
And what nationality? Isn't he like Turkish or something? Or Swedish? Or
I
something?
forget.
He's not. Yeah, he's. Francis is
Argentine.
Yeah, Argentinian. Let me look that up real quick.
I can't remember. He might have been German. I think he was German. I think Benedict was German. I think his number was 16.
Yeah, he's German.
Yeah. I remember when they elected him, I'm like, dude, this dude looks like he's ready to die. And what's weird about Benedict is when you're a pope for life.
Yes, I didn't understand the sudden resignation.
So I don't think they ever answered how he was able to resign.
He retired due to the lack of strength of mind and body. How old was Pope John?
I want to say he was probably in his 80s.
Let's see.
Either
85.
80s or
85.
85.
Yeah. I like Pope John Paul.
I mean,
and I'm not a Catholic.
For me being alive, since I've been able to comprehend how the Catholics go about and the popes.
Right.
The only one I didn't really care for was Benedict.
Yeah. Because, well, even, Pope John Paul was, when I was born, he was here. Yeah. When did he reign? From, 78. But he became cardinal in 67. So, I don't know who was before him.
I have no idea. They don't, when you become Catholic, they don't go over everybody who's all been Pope.
Right.
I think they go over.
Oh, Pope John Paul the First.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Now he was from Italy. It was Pope John Paul II that was Polish. That's right. I knew it was one of them that was Polish or Turkish. I couldn't quite remember, but
okay.
But I like Pope John Paul II. He was, and he was they attempted to assassinate him that one time. That's when he started riding around in glass.
Oh, yep.
Yep. But anyway, back on track.
Yes. I mean, I know that's something about the Catholic religion, although everybody has their opinions about it. It just.
That's it. And religion is it kind of falls under that saying, to each its own. If you feel that you need to be strongly a part of it, by all means. If it makes you feel better and get through life, do it. But I will ask that you don't push it on me.
No.
I have my own beliefs that I follow.
I'll push Lucifer on you first before I'll push God.
Right. Because he's way more vindictive. But it's like, talking about how the satanic, what's that demon known as? Baphomet. Baphomet, that they're putting. We've got our one of the cemeteries here. They took the cross and moved it to the side and put a statue of Baphomet. So that's caused a lot of controversy around here. Lots and lots,
Yep.
But it is what it is. But anyway, yeah, the two presidents. And when you read that and it says two president and one of them along with his wife, that should be a clue who it is.
Well, we already know which two presidents were.
Yeah.
And sadly enough, they're both Democrats.
Yeah.
They're both Democrats.
Yep.
Now again, I will say I grew up Democrat, but now I'm neither.
Right. Middle of the road like I am.
Middle.
You know, you're like me. You try to find the good in both, and both are going to have bad. We get that.
Yes.
But you try to find the good in both, and that's the problem with this country today is everybody wants to fight each other. Everybody wants to sit there and say, "Oh, you're a stupid Democrat. Oh, you're a stupid Republican." The way I see it, both of y'all are stupid. Y'all sit at the table, figure the shit out, and let's work it out. Because there is always mutual ground. No matter what, there's always a mutual ground. There's no right or wrong. There's mutual ground. People will argue with that, especially down here in the South. They will argue that till they die.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
You know, there's a we'll just call it a prime minister, and we're not talking the UK. That's tied in with this.
TB, if I'm not mistaken.
Or JT.
Oh. To our lovely neighbor.
Yes.
Okay.
And not the one to serve tacos.
Yeah, no.
They serve more poutine and stuff like that.
Yeah. Our lovely neighbor to the north. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
not south, north.
And then talking about all the actors and actresses. Now, within that post, we're talking about the post, of course. Some of those characters, I was like, eh. There were some I was like, yeah, for sure. You know. Elisa asked me a question today, and I've never really thought about it. It's nothing major,
Oh my God.
You know, and I don't want anybody to take offense to it, but she's like, she didn't ask. She just kind of made a statement. She's like,
why are people being fucking idiots right now?
what are they doing?
Just revving their engines for no damn reason.
Oh, geez.
Are
they comparing dick sizes again?
But as you were saying, sorry,
that's all right. She just kind of, well, she did ask it in kind of a question form, but she's like, you know, and she's like me. She was a big Prince fan. She loved Prince. You know,
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of people that really like Prince. He was a great performer. But she asked me, she's like, do you think he might have been bi or something? And it never dawned on me to even think that. Then I sat there and I'm like, you know,
I think he was.
It could be possible because of some of the stuff that he wore was
He was very
flamboyant. There you go. You know, he was always proper and prim. He was an asshole. I will say that. I mean, what he said is what he meant. When he said something, that was golden law, you know. But I sit there and I thought about it for a minute. She's like, what? And I'm like, you know, I think he might be. He may have been.
He may have.
You know? But, I mean, that don't change it. She said the same thing. It doesn't change anything. It's just the fact that she's like, I was sitting here the other day and I just kind of dawned on me. And she's like, I just thought I'd ask. And I was like, you know, I said, I never really put much thought into that. But I was like, you know, you might be right. So... Oh boy.
Yeah, you know what I'm doing.
Oh yeah.
People are dumbasses. Yeah, because she's gonna be home here shortly, and I want to make sure it's done.
Right.
She's already gonna have my ass. So.
Oh yeah, you're already in trouble. So we seen that coming. But
My God, dog.
I guess we can just go ahead and step in and just kind of say what these videos are about. And it's basically there's going to be somebody that's going after these pedophiles and child traffickers. That's the gist of the 9 videos. That's what it all reverts back to. It talks about other stuff, but ultimately,
and we'll put it this way: Trump is involved, but Trump's
not in a bad way.
Trump's involved in a very good way.
Yes. We all know Trump can't speak for shit. He's horrible as far as being a speaker. He is terrible.
I hate listening to him talk.
Oh my God, it's hard to make so much sense out of him. But I mean, he means well, and he's a lot of people are still bitching that Democrats, blah, 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 blah. You know what? I said, since he's come into office, look what this country has done. Look where it has went from and where it's at now. Now minus the virus.
Right. The virus is not helping.
Yeah. I mean, he gave us a hard bounce back up, not down. We were down and he brought us back up. I don't care what anybody says. And I didn't vote for the guy. I did not.
Neither did I.
But I will give my hats off to him.
I also voted for Obama.
Right.
Again, that goes back to me being a Democrat. I did vote for Obama.
Yep.
And during that time, I was kind of blind to everything that was going on with Obama.
Right. And it's like now that it's out in the light, you're like, damn, I wish I hadn't have voted for him. But I mean, it is what it is,
Because at that time, I thought he was doing a good job.
Right. The question lies within this virus as compared to the videos. Do you think there's any link? First of all, do you think this was planted, the virus itself? Or do you think that's okay?
Yes, I do believe the virus was planted.
Yeah. Planted, created, however you want to look at it,
I believe
or man-made.
I believe it's here for population control. Just because I look at the same way when it comes to earthquakes, tornadoes, hurricanes. To me, that's just a form of population control from a higher power.
Yeah. We're not talking about the Rothschilds or anything. We're talking like
I'm talking about like God entity. Or for my beliefs, it's God.
Yeah,
I believe
exactly.
It's God's. Again, I'm not trying to put it on nobody. This is just my personal belief.
Right.
This is God's will on trying to help keep population
at bay.
At bay.
And like, we were talking earlier before the live about the digital currency all of a sudden starting to come into play, and that the Federal Reserve Bank has been talking about getting involved with the digital currency. And I did read, I'll try to find that article. Now, whether there's any full truth to it or not, and you know how shit gets posted on the interwebs.
Oh, yes.
But what I read, it made sense in how the strategy was and everything. But then again, it could have been a real good writer that just put this bullshit out. But the fact is, it's been thought of. And that's the thing that gets me, because I look at it at things like this. Okay. We're back in the 90s and we're watching the movie, guess what? Outbreak. We're like, that would never happen. That would never happen in this world. It's a slim possibility that would even happen. And guess what?
It happens.
Here we are. It happened, So I look at it this way. You see stuff in movies now, and then you advance 20 years or whatever, and then all of a sudden it comes into fruition. It starts happening. It's like, whoa, But it's like the first Blade Runner. everybody, oh man, that we'll never be like that. We'll never be in that stance, or like Terminator. We'll never be in that. You never know. I wouldn't say that, as far as like Terminator, if we had aliens coming here and shit, but who's to say? It could be a fucking country a third world country that just doesn't like us, and all of a sudden they take over the earth. You never know, The way I see it, anything is possible.
I'm not gonna lie to you right now. I feel very uneasy. And it's not because of what we're talking about. Not at all. Last couple of days, you wanted to talk about paranormal. Let's talk paranormal real quick.
All right.
Okay. The last couple of days, I've been hearing these sounds. It's making me very uneasy.
Just like kind of like thumps and thuds and
yeah, mainly coming from the kitchen. Because you gotta think about the majority of my time I'm downstairs in the living room, so I'll be down there with Daisy, and Daisy will not hear it, but I hear a thud, and I'm like, "What is it?"
Yeah. Well, we have some activity going on in this house.
Do you?
And it's her dad. She knows for a fact it's her dad. Her dad built this house, and it's the old saying, built this house with his hands. He owned a construction company, but he built this house. He stacked the bricks. Yeah, exactly.
No. Jess just walked in the door. Daisy just jumped on her, and she just dropped her phone. So I was applauding that.
But like the other night, when I walk up to my kitchen, or to my sink in the kitchen, to the right, the cupboards up top is where the glasses are and all that stuff, and then below it on the counter is where my coffee pot is. And when I come in from work, the first thing I do is rinse my coffee cup out that I use every day, wash it and everything, and then I get my coffee ready for the next morning. Well, when I got done with my cup and I went to put the lid on there, and I always just kind of put the lid on there and set it on the counter, I had a shadow appeared across the cupboards.
Shadow person.
And Elisa,
there is gold nuggets.
Sorry, I'm listening. I'm listening. That's why I have the headphones in.
We have stuff that moves.
From like spot to spot to spot?
Yeah. Yep. When she gets sick, she feels somebody sitting on the couch with her. Because she sleeps on the sofa most of the time because of her.
So more than likely that's probably her dad.
Yeah. That's why we figured out it's her dad.
Okay.
And the stuff that gets moved it's either a picture of him and his wife, her mom, or something that was personal of his gets moved. And we're not talking like that far. We're talking like a foot or so.
Okay.
That gets moved. Pictures get turned over. She's got a picture of her dad and mom in there that don't even have glass in there because it's been knocked over so many times. She just quit replacing the glass. It's crazy. But I mean, he don't mess with us or anything. It's just like he's just here,
Yeah.
And I think the whole part with him sitting on the bed when she's not feeling good, it's like he's trying to comfort her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing bad.
No, it's not like you have poltergeist or anything like that where
right
you're gonna have scars or
Yep.
I never had an experience with the poltergeist. Now, I'm sure but I do paranormal investigations. I haven't done any in a couple of years just because of
do you have to be bad, Davey? You do that. That's bad.
We knew that was coming. We knew it was coming.
Tell her that Daisy was watching the window for her to get home.
Since I came up here, Daisy's been a wonderful dog.
Right.
But I never experienced poltergeists. I have seen shadows. I have seen apparitions. I have been called names before. And the names and everything, like EVPs, shit like that, which I actually have saved.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody has any questions about legitly, I'm like, I have everything. I have saved, easy access. So if anybody wants to hear shit, come to me.
That's it. That's it.
I'm not joking. Come to me. I have shit that will blow your mind.
Yep.
You know, there was a couple times where we were doing paranormal investigations, and then we could have swore we saw UFOs and shit like that. So I have seen, me personally, I have seen shit in the sky that does not make sense.
Can't explain it. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, granted, in Akron, we do have the blimp hangar for Goodyear,
Mm-hmm.
which is part of Lockheed.
Right.
So, and we all know Lockheed's part of military.
Yep. Lockheed Martin. Yep.
So, who's to say what I saw? You know, it could be legit UFOs, or it could just be some type of secretive type thing that the military is coming up with.
Right.
I don't know. I can't pinpoint which is true, which is not true. I don't have that information.
Right. Let's see, like down here, you know, we have Eglin Air Force Base, which is the biggest Air Force base in the States. Lots of stuff goes on here. They actually developed, designed, developed, and built the Raptor, the F-22 Raptor here. It was tested here, wind tested, flown here before it was dispersed out to the other bases. And there was quite a few guys, whether we've seen them in the bars and stuff, we'd get to talking and all this, and they're like, the design of that F-22 Raptor has some crazy state-of-the-art technology that's beyond what we know today. This is, of course, this was 10 years ago, and it's still, the technology of that aircraft supersedes what we have today. So they're like, they're basically like, the ship is not of this earth.
This is what happens when you don't be good.
Yeah. I mean, now I'm not going to deny that. My logical thing is this. It's impossible for how vast as the stars and planets and the space goes, that we're the only life.
Yep.
I can't fathom that we're the only life. There is other life.
Either. You know, the universe is big. It's huge. And to tell me that we're the only species here, no, I have a hard time believing that. What was I going to say? Oh, kind of going back to the paranormal things, but it has to do with the military because of this ship. I'm not talking about a battleship or a platoon boat or anything like that. This is an actual ghost ship. It is a what do they call it? A frigate. We're talking like we're basically a pirate ship. When you come in, if you're coming in off the Gulf of Mexico and coming into Pensacola Bay, where you can get to Pensacola Harbor, you have Fort Pickens here, and you have Fort Barrancas here. Go ahead.
Hey, babe. I was starting to hold Jess. Are you going downstairs? For the two forts.
Yeah, when you come into Pensacola Bay from the Gulf of Mexico, you literally have two sets of jetties, which are just formations of rocks that kind of guides the ships to stay in the center, because that's where it's deepest. One side is Fort Pickens, the other side is Fort Barrancas, which is NAS Pensacola, where all those shootings took place. Okay.
Okay.
You go to Fort Pickens fishing pier in the summer, especially in the summer, is mainly when you see it. And is that an RC Cola?
No, it's Pepsi.
Okay. I was like, wow. Anyway.
no, we're not that broke. We got to worry about RC Cola.
Right. Anywhere from between the times of like 11 p.m. to like 3 a.m., this ghost pirate ship, what you call it, a pirate ship. A lot of people don't know what a frigate is or anything. It comes in, and it doesn't really have that kind of Scooby-Doo glow to it, but it's like you can see it. It's like it's lit up just a little bit, but it's like it's in the fog. There's no fog nowhere but where that ship is.
Interesting.
And you see it passing through all the time. Some of the paranormal people have said that it is actually one of Tristan DeLuna's fleet, part of the fleet. They don't know which ship it is. You can't. I've never seen any. I've seen it myself, but as far as like trying to see if there's any writing anywhere, there's not. Which usually your frigates back then didn't really. If they had anything, it would be on the ass end of the ship. But it usually 90% of the time back then they would just have where they were from, and if it was a royal ship, they would have like a HMS or the ETY trade or ETC East India Trade Company logo on the back, which DeLuna didn't have that on his ship. He was a Spaniard, so he wasn't part of the. At that point, he wasn't a part of the British Royal. They later become part of the Eastern India Trade Company, but not at this point. This was 1559 when they first come into Pensacola. So
okay,
but and the thing is, this ship that people see, from what they can see and what's sitting in the bottom of Pensacola Bay, is the same ship. So
I would like to check that out.
Oh, it's. I haven't been down there in years, but like I said, if I
it'll probably give you goosebumps.
Oh yeah, if I can get a chance, if this shit'll clear up, maybe I'll try to do a live from down there one night.
That'd be cool.
And I'll be doing some hammerhead fishing while I'm at it.
So yeah, I haven't experienced anything quite like a ghost ship. The one investigation I had, which forget what year it was. I think it was the late 1800s. Out in Medina County, there's a River Styx Bridge, which is a very high railroad track bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Well, way back then, one of the trains caught fire and derailed and actually fell all the way down.
Right.
We have caught the like kind of like a K2 sensor EMF detector type ordeal of outline of a train.
Oh wow.
And it wouldn't stay Like there's no like keep in mind we're outside, so there's no electric lines anywhere near us. So I mean, this is just pure energy coming.
Mm-hmm.
And we would go like it was a screwdriver that would light up like when it detected energy.
Mm-hmm.
So first it went like vertical, and then it stopped going vertical, and then went horizontal.
Oh wow!
So it was like we were catching the motion of the train legitimately falling, and then it just staying in place. I've done Indian burial grounds before. I've done a lot of different. I've done a lot of outside investigations. I just have,
Right.
because it's just kind of more what we kind of do. I've always been kind of an expeditionist to the point where I enjoy going off the beaten path and trying to find different stuff. And
yeah, I think you would enjoy doing if you were ever able to come down here and just go to Fort Pickens. We're talking. This was a fort that was built during the Civil War. So the forts have been there even longer than that. But as far as they refortified it and made it even bigger on each side, because you've got actually the other side where the jetty on the west side comes out. That's actually Fort McKinley, and then it goes up into Fort Barrancas. Okay, which Fort Barrancas was the main base then, but now NAS has built up around it. Matter of fact, that's where my parents are buried, is at Fort Barrancas Cemetery. And it's but Barrancas you can still go into. Fort McKinley has been pretty much buried in the sand because of the hurricanes and everything, because it's actually on a little island, just like 500 feet south of the mainland. It's not. It's almost like a river. It's a lagoon. It doesn't go out very far, but and there's no roads that goes to it. You have to get on a boat. That's the only way you can get there is by boat or swim, one or the other.
It's kind of like the islands up on Lake Erie.
Yeah, it's let me see if I can matter of fact, I'll just do this here.
Let's see where my phone's at. 9%. So I eventually have to switch it back over to the charger. I just feel bad doing it because then they're gonna have the feedback that we always have issues with.
Right.
But
it's actually Fort McKinney.
Fort McKinney.
Oh, come on now. Let me see if I can pull up the map. Fort George, Fort Pickens. And see, that's the funny thing. Fort McCree. I'll get it right in a minute.
Fort McCree.
Yep. Okay, there we go. Now we can go back. Fort. Okay. Let me just kind of open this image in a tab. That way you can kind of see. Let me share this screen real quick.
All right.
It's not the biggest picture in the world, but here's where this boat is. That's the mainland, and right over here is just that little piece of island. This is where Fort McCree is. Okay.
Okay.
You go back, like this. That's not a very big image.
Overwatch temps for.
Open image in tab. We'll do it this way. Already opened that one. Come on now. Well, I quit sharing for some reason. We'll go here.
But I get an idea of where it's at, though.
Right, and then you can kind of see even back in the, if you can see it, it's kind of small, but as you can see, that's what's left of it. And this was, it says 12/8/83, Old Fort McCree, and that's, you can see, if you, well, you might not be able to see it, but right here, there's actually a schooner that's back there. Now, this is the old part. This is the old part.
Said the schooner.
You know, so this is back like maybe a little predating pre-Civil War.
See, what's the year for it? 1883?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
I think that's what it said on there. So, yeah, it'll be pre-Civil War.
Mm-hmm. You know, but it's pretty interesting, and there's a lot of activity between Fort Pickens, but yeah, if you were like to bring your, because I don't know if you've ever watched, there's actual ghost hunters have been to Fort Pickens, or is it Ghost Adventures? One of
them. I mean,
yeah, there's so many of them now.
There is, and the one thing I will say, because for me actually doing investigating, that shit to do is not free. You have to pay money to do those type of investigations.
Mm-hmm.
Our organization that we have, it's only me and two other people.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have the money to go invest into doing these.
Yeah.
Big names.
Not mentioning
that's why we don't do big name investigations.
Right.
A lot of our investigations are either people we know that are experiencing issues would go and do those type of houses, or we just look up the lore in our local area and go and just see what we can find.
Right, because and that's the whole thing. Like with here, let's take Fort Pickens for example. Not only you got to pay for the travel down here, your food, and all this, that, and the other.
I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom.
Okay, all right, that'll work. I'll actually share some images while you're doing that.
Sounds good. I'm just going to turn my mute.
Okay, cool. For those that are watching, we can share this real quick. Pop this real quick. This is actually, this was years and years ago, probably 40s, when Fort McCree still somewhat existed. As you can see, the ruins are still, basically the footprints and foundations are right here. Since then, these walls have been taken out. These buildings, these newer buildings here, have been removed by Mother Nature, good old hurricanes. There actually used to be, and it was like wasn't really you couldn't put a car on this bridge right here, but you could bicycle or walk across it to get over here, because back then the only thing you had was horse and buggy, pretty much. So you didn't need nothing that was needed to be load bearing, so to speak. Biggest thing you may pull across here was a cannon, which they didn't have very many big ones in this fort. Your big cannons were over this way, if I'm looking at it right. No, I'm right, over this way, because there's the Gulf right there. And as you can see, the picture I showed from earlier, this is actually Big Lagoon all through back in here. Okay. So this at the time was the mainland. So it was kind of all tied together, but now water, it comes through here. So you've actually got, I guess, like a small canal, kind of like what you've got over here. Okay, it exists now right there. And then, like I said, over this way you have your Pensacola Pass or whatever. Is it? Yeah, Pensacola Pass, which is over here, and then you on over you have Fort Pickens, which was a full fortified fort that had the big guns, that had the turrets and all that. This one did have some cannons, but not very big ones, because Pensacola is like, actually, if you're looking where my cursor is way back here, actually even further than that, but you can kind of get the sense, and directly north of here, because this is, you're actually looking to the south and west.
So what are we looking at here?
This is Fort McCree. Now this is probably 30s, 40s. This wall was still around it, and as you can see, if you look here, you can kind of see what's left of some of the bunkers and even the footprints of some of the old buildings that were here where my cursor is.
Yep.
But these buildings that they had built up and this wall are long gone. And where I showed you where that boat was actually like right here, looking across. Now all this sand is gone, and is actually, there's like a waterway that goes through there, kind of like what goes around here now. So you can see just in a matter of 60 years how much the geographical part of it has changed, because now this is a waterway where and it used to connect. That's why I was saying earlier, it used to connect. Now it's an actual island. So it's pretty crazy. But you can see the bridge there.
Yes.
Couldn't really drive a car across it. You know, biggest thing was a horse and buggy, and maybe they drug a few cannons across there, but that's it. You know, car wouldn't even hardly fit on there. But I mean, it's some pretty cool shit. I've always been interested in the history around here. Lots of things that have happened here, whether it be the Indians. DeSoto came through here. Trying to think of any other Spaniards or Frenchmen that come through here. I think John Lafitte actually, he used to port here from time to time, but of course his main place was Louisiana. But he would ship to over here to Pensacola and stuff. So yeah, it's funny. A lot of people don't understand. I'm less than 100 miles away from the Fountain of Youth. You know, which was founded by, and we have a town that's called Ponce de Leon, which was the founder of the Fountain of Youth. And Ponce de Leon is just like 2 miles north of where the fountain is. It's not really a fountain. It's just a like a steam pond, steam lake, whatever you want to call it. It's kind of strange.
So the Fountain of Youth is in baby blood.
Do what now?
I said the Fountain of Youth is in baby blood.
Yes. I mean, it's just basically they've kind of turned it into this big memorial type, big show out thing of this big like waterfall or geyser, and it's not even that. It's just I don't know how else to put it, but let me see if I can find something that might be in similarity. Here we go. Let's just do this. Basically, back then, this is kind of the idea, and it was just an area, you know. And they said that you could swim in it, and you would actually gain your youth. Well, as you can see with the skeletons on the island, that wasn't so true. But that's kind of the premise behind what the Fountain of Youth is. It wasn't really a fountain, you know. Just kind of a what we call hot lake, because you know, usually when you get in the lake they're cool, but because they're so shallow and clear, they're not really refreshing like you think they would be. Maybe they were back then. I don't know, but we have a lot of little lakes and little ponds and swamps like that all over the place here. that it has crystal clear water that you can see down to the bottom. You know, you can see the fish swimming around and all that till you jump in and stir the sand up.
Yeah, not up here in Lake Erie. No.
Yep.
If anything, when they Cuyahoga, I can't fucking talk. Cuyahoga River caught fire. That kind of proved that right there.
Yeah. Exactly. When you can put a match to a river and it catches on fire, I wouldn't swim in it.
No.
So.
No. That's why Great Lakes made a beer called the Burning River, because it's based off of that.
Yep. Oh man. But
I definitely if I really had to guess, I really would have said the oceans are haunted.
oh yeah, for sure.
Oceans are probably definitely haunted.
Between your Titanics and your pirate ships and your even just your cargo schooners and frigates that just did nothing but move stuff, and even the Arizona shit like that. You know, my parents went to the. I didn't. When I went to Hawaii, we never did go to the Pearl Harbor Memorial. We went to Pearl Harbor. We didn't go to the USS Arizona Memorial. Because when my parents went like 2 years prior to that, they were like, it was really, really fucking eerie. And it just, my mom, they had to leave because she just felt so uncomfortable. And it wasn't because of the grief of the people dying. It was like she felt something there that was so strong. And she's like, I got to go. And she, you know.
Yeah. And some people, whether you believe in ghosts, demons, angels, you believe it. If you don't believe in any of that, that's fine. You don't have to. But if you do, there's a reason why people get uncomfortable. There's a reason why people start freaking out when they don't understand why. More than likely is because of that entity that's still roaming.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guarantee you Pearl Harbor is probably haunted as haunted.
Yeah.
Because there's probably so many of those individuals that were not finished doing what they were doing here on Earth.
Right.
I think that's the reason why ghosts are here, because they're here to either A, finish what they're trying to do,
mm-hmm.
or B, they're just stuck and they're waiting for their time to either go to their next.
Right. And has there been any shows or talks of doing any haunting paranormal testing at Pearl Harbor that you know of? They probably wouldn't. I'm thinking they probably wouldn't allow it.
Not that I know of.
That would definitely be an interesting place.
Pearl Harbor, yes. Probably even Chernobyl might be interesting to do.
Yeah. As I said at the point now, it's safe. You can actually go back to it now. As far as
I know, Chernobyl is okay to go back to. Most of the radiation is taken care of.
Yeah. That was. I remember when that happened. That was
what year was Chernobyl?
Was that like 82, 83? Let me look it up real quick.
I thought it happened in the 80s.
Let's see, 1986.
1986?
Yep. I remember it very well because I was 15 years old.
Let me turn it off. Oh, that's fine. I was really warm. That was a nuclear reactor, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was a It's basically how the one in Japan done. I mean, it ended up being a nuclear meltdown, you know. And you know, with those nuclear reactors, they go so many stories below the ground.
Yeah.
And it's just, I mean, just unbearable for the shit that took place. Yeah, there it is right there. Wow. I mean, it's just crazy. And you know, every time I see those big ass cylindrical
Silos?
those kind of silos slash smokestacks, whatever you want to call them, the big nuclear. Every time I see one, I think of Chernobyl because that's the first time I'd ever seen one. But I mean, it's just, and you go back. I've seen a couple of views of where people have went back here recently to look, and it's just like some of it is like everything is still intact, but it's all like rotted. It's just ghost town.
I was going to say, it's ghost town. I mean, it hasn't been occupied since the reactor went off.
Yep. I mean, everything that took place with the did you see all the pictures of the babies that were born? The pregnant mothers that was involved in this. It's horrible.
Is it right outside? Yeah. Well, that was lightning. Oh, yeah.
Oh, y'all got another storm? Let me take a look real quick. Oh, y'all are kind of getting, y'all are under a flash flood watch. More info. Let me see if I can find a. Okay. So how far away are you from Cleveland?
$30 miles?
Okay. Yeah, I knew it wasn't very far.
Yeah, I would say it's probably about 32, 35, somewhere around there.
Right. I'm trying to look here.
That's just being all good.
Trying to pull up an actual live radar. There we go.
Internet. Mommy can't give you none. You're bad. You're bad.
Why are you being a bad girl?
Y'all got some heavy shit coming. It's over like
Needs to be shut and all on its thing. Unless you start picking up the food.
right now. Y'all have got strong lines running from Toledo all the way down to pretty much Cincinnati. No, hell no, it goes further down. It goes all the way down into Nashville. A very strong line pushing through. It may simmer a little bit by the time y'all get it.
That time of the year where this is normal.
Yeah.
We're getting, we are kind of getting into our tornado seasons and shit like that now.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, this is normal. Yum. Oh, is that punch? One of the lemonades?
Wow.
Yeah, that storm we had this morning was no joke, though.
It's just as good as Chili's. Chili's is still better, but.
I'm sorry I ended up clicking on this other. I'm going to get away from that map. But anyway, COVID. There's a link and I clicked on it. I was like, oh shit. Because it popped up my county and shit. And it's like, I mean, we're not bad, but it's all good.
mean, you guys are probably dry down there if I had to guess.
Right now we are, yeah. We're actually hitting a
That's
little bit of a
much
drought.
up.
Yeah. Oh, I'd give anything to have some rain right now, dude. It's so dusty down here. It's horrible.
Ooh, that's just better.
But
Downhill fog going on. Oh yeah.
yep, we'll have our heavy fog in the morning, which we start getting fog like late November into December, and it lasts all the way to about April, and then it pretty much lives. And we have some mornings during the summer it gets pretty foggy, but our foggy season is winter.
That's right there. Where water is.
Mm-hmm.
That's just all that water coming from the Gulf and
Right.
just being low. That's really all it is.
Well, what's funny is a lot of nights you can go out to the beach. You can literally watch this fog wall. It's crazy looking. It's like the movie, The Fog. You just watch this wall of fog just move in. But
give me 1 second.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to do it a couple more minutes, and I'm going to jump off of here. And I'm going to find something to watch here shortly.
Yeah.
Chill for I've got everything. Only thing I got to do is go get my juice tomorrow. That's it.
We only have like $45.
What are you talking about? Taco Bell?
I was going to, and we only have $45 left. Extra money that we don't really have.
Oh, that's being smart.
Yeah.
That was not smart. Yeah.
Since all this shit has happened, I've eaten out once as far as like fast food. Now I pick up my breakfast in the morning every morning, but that's different.
We had Chipotle last night.
Mm-hmm.
She got down on the way home from work, and then we had McDonald's the other night. I mean, we're still kind of grabbing food,
right?
But we're not going in anywhere. It's all drive-through,
right?
You know.
And like when I get my groceries, I don't even go into the store. I was impressed. Everything I ordered, I got, except for my Kool-Aid. Me and Elise were both like hankering for some fucking like tropical punch Kool-Aid for some weird reason. And it was the bigger tub, it's like
the ones that make like 2 gallons or something like that.
No, it makes like I think a total like 10 gallons. It's pretty big.
Is it the big one, or is it like the?
Yeah, because it's like $6. They didn't have any.
Okay. Because I know you have like the individual packets, and then you have like the ones I think that makes like 2 gallons or something like that. Then you have like the big.
Yeah, we have the big. I was gonna get
cylinder
the big
looking one.
Yeah. Which I'm still looking to go get. I got to get some sugar anyway. Actually, I'm gonna probably place another Walmart order. So, but I know next Saturday I'm off because I've already put it on the calendar. I'm like, fuck this. I can't do it every week. I told Rick, I said dude, I'll give you 2 Saturdays a month. I said, that's the best I can do. I understand. I was like, I can't do it, man.
Huh?
So.
Oh, you found it. Okay.
No, I just gave her that. It's a different one. I don't know what the other one is. That's a chicken one. She's missing a beef one.
I don't know. Okay. So yes, we went over that. We went over paranormal. Kind of touched a little bit about UFOs. A little bit.
Yeah. We did. Even did a little history. Different, some pretty fucked up shit we covered as well. I would like to dive into it a little bit deeper at some point.
I mean, I'm all for diving deeper. I'm not super paranoid when it comes to this shit. I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, we know they exist.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I just view that we're just nobodies so I don't think we really have to worry about that. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We're kind of nobodies, so it's we don't have to worry. I look at it this way: we don't know enough that we would have to worry about what they do.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing we got to do is just kind of watch ourselves with this bullshit going on, and that's it. You know, definitely heed the warnings. You know, if you're told to do something because of health reasons, do it.
Do it. Oh, I don't want to
simple.
do. I don't want to do it. Well, it sucks to suck.
Yeah.
Do it anyway.
You know, everybody else is trying to do it. You know, if you're not able to work,
I understand. Staying at home sucks.
It does.
Trust me. I'm to the point where I would like to go out and do something now because I've been looking at these same walls for the last 5 days.
Yeah, they start closing in after a while, you know.
But I find shit to do.
Yeah, that's the main thing, you know, and it doesn't bother me much because I'm kind of a other than work and stuff. And I mean, yeah, I go to the vape shop or go out to eat with my son from time to time, but I'm pretty much a hermit, so it doesn't bother me that much.
I think that's the thing I miss the most.
After a while.
I think that's the thing I miss the most is going out to dinner. You know, going to an actual restaurant and sit down and have dinner. I miss that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I don't really, you know me, I don't really do much of anything. I just I'm majority of the time I prefer to be at home.
That's it. I'm a homebody. I won't deny it, you know. Just like my son, he's the same way. You know, he says it kind of sucks because he's kind of doing the distancing with his girlfriend and everything, and he's like, you know, it's tough. You know, it's like, well, at least you're doing right and not going against this, and you know, hugging and loving all over each other and everything because y'all are going to so many different places. They're still able, you know, well, Alex can't work, but she's still working. You know, so she works in the public eye, so you know she's around people. So he's like, keep your ass away, pretty much. You know, so
yeah,
it sucks, but
it sucks.
You know,
I mean, I look at it this way. I don't have to. I mean, it's not just me I worry about. I have Jess.
Yeah.
You know, the way I look at it is, if I don't follow what they do and I get this, she's gonna get that. She's not going to know she has it. She's going to go to work, and then the individual she cares for will get it.
Right.
So it's...
or even that person that's in that Taco Bell drive-through that's taking your credit card or cash or whatever. It can be passed, you know, it just, you know, transferring the food from their hand to yours, you know, it's there's always that chance, and I'm like
it's a risk. I mean, I understand when we order food, it's a risk that we're willing to take.
Yeah.
But
you know the things that you're supposed to do when you get done.
But here's the thing: I worked in enough restaurants to know majority of the time when you get done making an order, you're changing your gloves, you're washing your hands, putting your set of gloves on. Yep. That's but that's how you handle food preparation and everything like that. Whenever you touch anything, remove your gloves, wash hands, put the gloves on.
See, like I went to McDonald's. Yeah. I went to McDonald's the other morning. Now, like I said, I get my breakfast every morning, either from McDonald's, but anymore it's Burger King. Not the best, but at least they're practicing and they're being safe. Now, McDonald's is to a point, but the fact that she walked from the front register and grabbed my bag with the same gloves that she took the money into her hands, and I told her, I was like, can you redo my food?
Come on. Stay up here.
And she got a little upset. Well, the manager come over there, and I was like, she had gloves on at the register, took the guy's money,
come on, girl,
put it in the register, and then it's going to come over here and grab my bag. And I said, I'm not trying. He's like, no. He said, well, we'll get it right. And they did. He put new gloves on. He bagged everything, and I watched him. He threw my shit away. And then he put fresh stuff in there.
And he understood, right?
But I've still quit going to McDonald's because of that one little instance, you know. And it's like, is it going to happen again? I go to Burger King when they wrap the food, and then you have the front person that bags it. And then when she gets ready to pick up the bag, before she picks up the bag, she's changing gloves to put it on a tray. Okay. And when she holds the bag, it's like this. She sets it with gloves on. Okay. She puts it on a tray and hands it out the window like that on a tray. And then I take the bag, pick it up. I told Rick, I said, you know, as it gets worse here in the county and we have to start start really being careful. I said, what are we going to do about our paperwork that we do in a truck? You know, who's to know that one of us drivers may not be sick, but may be carrying it, and you're signing on the sheets every morning that we did from the day before, and because that shit can survive on paper for 5 days, up to 5 days.
Yeah.
So I was like, he's like, you know, I didn't think about that. And I was like, we need to figure out something for now, at least for now. So he's talking about maybe just sending him a text message of the job we were on, the material we hauled, and where it was going to, and how many loads, you know. And just doing
this is where digital comes into play.
Yep.
Because when you start going to digital, that's less hand involvement and stuff like that. You know, because you can do everything through your phone. You know, say, all right, so this is done. So he just goes in, just does like a virtual sign off.
Right.
Everything is still in there.
And he can do that. He can turn that into Jennifer that does payroll. That way she can put down everything as what truck worked on that job for that day, yada, yada, yada. You know, it sucks, but, and I know paperwork, and even for us, as far as the drivers, they can still write down on their sheets what they're doing during the day. But at the end of the day, they'll put it all into a text. That's all we got now is text. So put it into a text and then just take your paperwork. You can either store it for later or just throw it away. You know, it's better to be safe than sorry.
As long as you have some form of documentation, you're good.
Yeah, that's it.
You know,
because right now they're not ordering anybody below 65 and healthy to essential isolation, and that basically means you can still go to work, you can still go get your essentials.
But what's funny, Ohio, we don't nearly have as many cases as you guys down there.
Isn't that weird?
And we're already at that point where we're staying home, and you guys are still going about your business.
Yeah.
And I was like,
I was growing.
oh, I know it's growing. I've been kind of looking at our numbers a little bit.
Where are y'all at?
Every day.
Roughly, where are y'all at now as far as just cases?
Oh, hold on. Let me take a look here. Ohio, COVID-19 cases. Let's see here.
See, we have this nice little fancy interactive map
Oh, okay.
When did?
for Florida.
Yeah, I saw your phone just for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's out of date, so that's not accurate.
That's how many
What?
deaths we got. So focus in 56.
Where's the net? Go ahead and pull it up for me. Because that article was from the 15th, and we're on the 29th now.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's like over 10 days old. That's like Irvine.
Type in Ohio coronavirus cases, interactive map.
Ohio coronavirus interactive map. Jess is looking.
Hey, you want to see something weird? If you look right here, if it'll focus. See, that's where it's kind of dark in the middle. Those are the counties that has nothing.
Interesting.
There you go. Now it's clear.
Let's see how many people.
Let me see when this is updated.
It's updated every couple hours.
This was updated on the 28th daily at 2 p.m.
Yeah, it's updated every day.
All right. So as of yesterday, okay?
Mm-hmm.
1,406 confirmed cases, 123 ICU admissions, 344 hospitalizations, 25 number of deaths. Age range is from 1 below to 96. The median age is 52. 50% are of sex is males, 49% is females. So
yeah, our total cases is 4,038. We've had 56 deaths. Our age range is from where'd I lose? I lost it. Oh, let's see if I can. Yeah, 567 have been hospitalized. And of course I can't. Basically.
4,038, 567, 3,877 positive, 56 deaths.
Daisy, come here.
Yep.
Daisy.
And then as far as like my county,
I'm here in Summit right now.
Daisy. Call her.
Daisy.
Here, Daisy.
I should go downstairs.
I think so. Daisy, want pizza? Here, girl. Take something. Come on, Daisy. I'm gonna bust your butt.
Okay, for Scambia, total cases 28, 27 resident.
Get out here.
Non-resident, of course, 1. Demographic of cases, now this is just here in the county, 22 to 94. Average age 42. Same. Men 13, women 15, so it's close to half and half. 2 hospitalizations.
Damn.
That's just for the county.
I think the last I heard, Summit was. Hold on. I think Jess is looking.
But I think we had over. We're averaging. Was it day 4 yesterday? We had like a 600 case spike in one day. It's pretty crazy.
And we're not even at the peak yet.
Nope.
That's the sad thing.
Yeah. People keep talking about flatten the curve. It's not, especially when people are not listening.
And they're going out and doing things they shouldn't be doing right now.
8 hours ago, Summit coronavirus deaths count for raised to 5.
So 8 hours ago,
our
county is up to 5 deaths.
5 deaths. Ooh.
86 confirmed cases.
86 confirmed cases.
Damn. Now we had a death here in Escambia, but the guy was actually from Santa Rosa.
22 out of the 86 are hospitalized, I'm guessing.
22 out of the 86?
Yeah.
There's 86 confirmed cases in Summit County and 22 hospitalized.
Yeah.
So 22 have been hospitalized.
That's about the right average. Quarter of them are hospitalized. But now you get down to like Broward, Miami-Dade counties. That's our epicenter, you know.
And that makes sense. I mean, that's Miami. That's
where all
Miami.
the fucking people are, you know. Same with New Orleans, same with Atlanta, same with Detroit, Chicago, St. Louis, you know.
Cleveland for us. Cleveland was kind of our epicenter because that's where Cleveland Hopkins Airport is.
Yep.
That's the one that kind of does international flights.
Did you hear about the Navy ships?
No.
There's 2 Navy ships that are in quarantine. They're out at sea and in quarantine.
Let's see. Yeah, so like our hotspots, Cuyahoga, which is Cleveland, and Franklin County, which is Columbus.
Mm-hmm.
So those are probably our 2 biggest cities in Ohio. Oh, well, laying on it.
Trying to figure out which aircraft carrier this is.
Where's your bone at?
USS Theodore Roosevelt.
Theodore Roosevelt.
5,000 sailors on that bastard, and there's 36 cases on that ship.
So pretty much at some point they're all gonna have it.
Yeah, and they're out in the Philippine Sea, just kind of sitting there. They're waiting to get into Guam.
Guam.
And they will undergo testing once they reach Guam. Sailors flown off the ship are doing fine. Non-required hospitalization. Mild aches and pains, sore throats.
What's right there?
Modley said Thursday at Pentagon press briefing, adding they were in quarantine now on Guam. Okay, cool.
Like the guy's in the bear. He's gonna scare the shit out of the pizza delivery guy. What would you do if that happened to you, babe?
I'd punch a fucker.
Damn, when was the subway fire in New York City?
Huh. I think she wants water, babe.
You don't have water?
No, I don't think so.
You want water, babe?
Yeah, I can't believe old Curly Neal passed away.
Who?
One of the Globetrotters, the bald-headed one.
Yeah.
He was my favorite one. Well, my dude, I think we're gonna call it a night, my man.
How long have we been on?
Over 3 hours.
And I didn't fall asleep. Tonight.
There you go.
How about that?
That's it. Pretty lively show. We got Shell on here for a little bit, you know.
Yep.
And, no, she's got to work tomorrow, so it is what it is.
Which we already talked to her about that.
I hope it sets in. Just honestly, that's.
I hope so too. I understand why she does it. I do. But at the same time, it's like you got to put things into your own perspective.
You got to draw that line.
You got to draw it.
You know.
And like I said, I'm fortunate enough that we weren't forced to go into that route.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm glad I'm with a company that if anything happens, we'll still get paid 40 hours a week. So I'm thankful for that, even though I hate the company and some of the shit they do. But if it comes to that, I'll be thankful.
I mean, I'm fortunate enough that, you know, I get unemployment. That's
Yep.
That's what I'm thankful for with that. I mean, it sucks that I'm on, you know, sucks that this first time in my life I had to do it. But
do y'all have a Belk department store there at the mall? Any of the malls? Belk is kind of like a kind of a fancier J.C. Penney's or something like that. They're pretty big. They're fucking paying their workers 2 weeks' pay and basically firing them. Yeah.
Firing, or just laying them off?
Just letting them, laying them off, letting them go. It's like, come back, put your application in when we're done.
Yeah, so they're not even guaranteed a job when they get back.
Yeah. And what I understand, Belk is not doing that great to begin with as far as financial stability. So this probably will end up crushing them, you know.
I mean, for us, like the big ones is like JCPenney's, Macy's, and Dillard's. Those are
Belk is just like Dillard's. Yeah. So we've got Dillard's as well.
Those are big department stores.
I don't think we have a Macy's. Let me check. I don't go to the mall that much.
I avoid going to the mall at all costs. I enjoyed it my younger days, but as I gotten older, I don't like going to the mall.
Yeah, and it's like
there's nothing
we
there
don't have
for
one.
me. There's nothing for me at the mall, period. There's Spencer's and Hot Topic are probably my two spots I'll go in. But even Hot Topic really isn't. I'm a big guy. Nothing they have is really going to fit me.
3X is about as far as they go. And then 3X is kind of small.
And I need something bigger than a 3X. I do. So,
as far as like posters and shit like that, yeah, it's cool. I like to go in there and look. Same with Spencer's.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what I'm saying.
Got all the cool novelty shit and just, whatever.
If I go to the mall, those are probably the two spots I'll go. Anything else, I don't.
Yeah.
There's nothing there.
I may pop into FYI or something like that, or for your entertainment, FYE.
We don't even have one.
Really?
Our main mall is pretty much all clothing. Summit Mall is just pretty much clothing. Like there's Yankee Candle. You have there's Gucci in there. There's high end stuff in this mall.
That's how our mall is. University Mall was basically torn down, and now they've turned into
Coach. There's a Coach store.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking of.
But it's our University Mall was torn down, and then they basically put shops in there, but it's stuff like it's
so expensive.
Like Academy Sports and Outdoor, Dickies, I think it is. What's the coat factory? Burlington Coat Factory.
Burlington.
But it's not where you can go inside and walk around and go into a store. It's all storefront.
Okay.
Like basically a big ass strip mall.
I mean, I'm talking about like mall. Like you have like your 3 points. You have like your food court.
We've only
you go
got
in.
One now. We had 4 at one time, but they've torn them down and put.
Well, one of our spots going back to paranormal, but stays on topic with the mall. One of our main spots was one of the newer malls that was built probably late 70s, maybe early 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a very popular mall. It was just very popular. And this is Akron. But come like the 90s, it got to the point where it was getting really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's to the point where they shut it down. I want to say by 06, it was fully shut down. But like 2 years ago, they tore it down, but now it's Amazon. Now they turned it into an actual Amazon,
like a warehouse. Distribution
warehouse.
center.
This it's a distribution center.
Right. Okay.
So that's what that is. Then there's Chapel Hill, which is up in Cuyahoga Falls.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably within the next year or two.
Yeah.
It's just gonna be like Rolling Acres.
And then we have like the big what's the popular outlet? Tanger, I think, outlets or something like that, where it has all the outlet store.
Yeah, I think Tanger is.
We've got one over here just across the state line, and I mean it's huge. It's freaking huge. But
I mean, for us, there's Lodi, the Lodi outlets, and then there's Aurora, like where Jogga Lake used to be at.
mm-hmm.
There's outlet stores over there. But in Akron itself, there's the only one we had was Penny's, but that was part of Rolling Acres, and that's no longer there. So
yeah,
we don't really have an actual outlet store anymore.
And they actually just within the last year
Chester's outlet store.
They just tore down Sears
This area.
and put a what is it, BJ's?
A BJ's.
Yeah, put in a BJ's in its place. So
yeah, I would. The one thing I would like closer for us would be an IKEA.
Yeah,
we don't. I think either Columbus or Cincinnati is the closest IKEA to us.
I think we have one. Apparently, we do.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I know Stowe got a Costco just a couple of years ago.
Right. Let's see. I thought we had one. I guess we don't. I guess we don't. I thought we had one, but we don't.
Huh?
That's...
IKEA and Wayside Furniture must be similar.
Wayside Furniture? Yeah, no.
Oh man, the closest one is Jacksonville. Actually, I think Atlanta would be closer. Well, it's about the same. Jacksonville, Atlanta.
Oh yeah, there's one in Cleveland, Ohio.
What?
I see IKEA and
through
Columbus.
Amazon, not an actual store. You see Columbus?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, Columbus, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Yep. So our closest IKEA is like 2 hours away.
There's no IKEAs from Jacksonville, Florida, all the way to Houston.
I don't think IKEA is that. They're very sporadic.
They are. They're putting weird play like Atlanta. You would think Nashville would have one, but no, it's in Memphis. Colorado is like in Centennial, which Centennial is a suburb of Denver. This has got to be Salt Lake, Draper, Utah. Yep. Vegas, which is Vegas. But you go over to like LA and San Diego, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's probably everywhere in Cali. We're probably everywhere in Cali.
And in the Northeast, of course.
Yeah, here not so much. We gotta go to Columbus, which I'm still to this day have never been to an IKEA. So
looks like you got one in Dayton, Westchester. Yeah,
I think Dayton's probably further away than Columbus is, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh yeah, it is. It is for sure. So
because Dayton's on the west side of Ohio, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Like southwest almost.
Or
is it more Midwest?
Well, it's basically due west from Columbus and just a touch south. Not much.
Oh, okay. Yeah, keep in mind, I haven't really been to the west side of Ohio.
Right.
Like I haven't been to like Tiffin, Dayton, Lima.
Yeah, because I think between like Dayton and Columbus, that's what, hour drive, maybe.
Probably.
And then you're probably what, hour and a half, 2 hours from Columbus.
I'm about 2 hours.
Yeah.
2 hours not dealing with traffic. Put it that way. Now, when you hit Columbus, it's a whole nother.
Oh yeah.
Columbus is kind of crazy to go through itself because it starts up to like 5 to 6 lanes per going each way.
Yep.
So if you're not from Columbus and you're not in the right lane, it's craziness.
Yeah, you do have one. Where's this one? What'd I say? Yeah, Columbus. And then you got
Michigan.
one up in Detroit. One over in probably Pittsburgh. Yep, Pittsburgh.
Detroit might be closer than fucking Columbus.
Let's see here. Actually, it might be. No, I think you're a little bit closer to Columbus. Than Detroit.
Detroit.
Because you got to go around the west side of Lake Erie. If you didn't have to go around it and just drove straight up to it, yeah, definitely be a little bit shorter.
Yeah. Like we're still getting there's still things coming to Ohio that we don't have here yet.
Right.
Like we just over probably the last 10 years, we started getting Sonic stuff here again.
Oh wow.
I think Cincinnati has a Jack in the Box. That's the only Jack in the Box in Ohio. So, yeah, we're slow. Like Ohio's slowly getting this stuff, and it's kind of cool. But at the same time, it's like I'm seeing how things are changing, how farmlands and stuff like that are becoming these big metropolises.
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of sad.
It is. It really is. It's it's kind of crazy. That's like us. You go north of, just say where I live. It's very fucking rural. I mean, all the way up. If you go directly north.
He told his girlfriend that he lost $50,000 on like football.
Biggest city north, directly above us, the biggest city north is Birmingham, Alabama. And then Nashville. And then straight up from there would be basically Bowling Green, Louisville. I'm just going straight up. And now Indianapolis is pretty much directly north of us. But
okay, I'm gonna say I know when you start going to Kentucky, Ohio only touches a part of Kentucky.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's just a small area.
And that's coming. That's coming from Cincinnati.
Yeah. I mean, you got a pretty good borderline. It runs along, Kentucky and West Virginia. I'd say probably about 100 miles of Kentucky and probably 100 miles of West Virginia. But it's, that's pretty much your state line is, and it's going to be the, that's the Ohio River, I believe, down there, if I remember right.
Yep. The Ohio River is kind of the river that separates the states.
Yep.
That's why, those states are known as the Ohio Valley.
Yeah.
Growing up, I always thought the Ohio Valley was talking about Ohio, and it's not really just talking about us. It's based off of the Ohio River.
Right. I'm trying to blow this map up a little bit. Yeah, because I used to have a friend that lived in Huntington, West Virginia, which is pretty much, I think, directly south of you. Yeah, it is.
I think it's below Athens, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is just below Athens. Matter of fact, I was just looking at that. Let me find it again. Because it's called, like I said, Huntington. Let me get out here. Shit, I done lost my place now.
Huntington, West Virginia.
We'll follow there's Huntington. Because it's funny, they have a little town that's close by in Huntington. Yeah, it's below Athens. But there's a little town just outside of Huntington called Nitro.
Yep.
That's where I used to have to stop and get fuel.
How far is Huntington from Wheeling?
Let's see. Pretty good ways. It looks like it might be about. Maybe about a 3-hour drive.
South or north?
Kind of north and east a little bit. Because you got that weird, odd piece of West Virginia that runs up along between you and PA. Steubenville, Wheeling
Yep.
is, Moundsville, all that through there.
Steubenville.
It's a pretty good drive.
Yeah. Because Wheeling, that's where, like, before all the casinos came here, that's where people used to go to gamble, was down the Mountaineer.
Yeah.
And yeah. But since we have casinos now, we just go here.
Right. Well, we don't have any actual casinos, but we go up north into Alabama, which is a little community called Atmore, and there's an Indian. We have our Porch Creek Indian, our Creek Indians, basically.
Indian reservation.
Yeah. So and it's a big ass casino too. So
yeah, most Indian reservations are.
Yeah, it's free. Let me see. I wonder if I can go down on it, if it may pop the name up. I doubt it. No, because it's up here about. Because you go up here. There it is. Porch Creek. What is it called? Off Reservation Trust Land. Well, that's, you got to go on up to here. This is the other one. Where am I lost now? Okay, there's 21. Oh, that's right. It don't show the. For some reason, this IKEA map does not show interstates. Weird. But yeah, there's a lot of Indian reservation. Now I can do it this way. Just Pleasant Hill Baptist Church. I bet there's 50 million Baptist churches right there.
Oh.
Yeah, here I'll do a screenshot real quick. It's funny because all around that is just nothing but farmland. You got this big sand company over here. See all that pretty water? There's two of them. This here is the actual Indian reservation where all the Indians live. Okay. And then you come over here, and you can kind of tell what that is right there.
Yeah. Yeah. Big ass parking lot.
Oh yeah. Scroll up there, and then we go down here. Went too far. What I was talking about earlier, where the ship comes through. See how that's an island now? That Fort McCree. This is Fort Pickens here. This is the pass that's where all the ships go, because the port's right here. There's your slips right there. That's where your ships go in right there. Okay, so but this, and you can see, you actually see a boat going across right there.
That's a boat right there. I know that much.
Yeah, but this is where the Pensacola Pass is right here where you see the ghost ship, and that's where, of course, all the ships come in. That's like a jet ski right there. But you can see there's boats everywhere. There. It must have been done in the summer times. There's a lot of boating. But yeah, we have, let's see, this is down. That's actually the base. Downtown this is Gulf Breeze. Okay. This is our beaches. That's all our beaches. And there's only one way to get here, from Gulf Breeze, which you still have to take a bridge from Pensacola. That bridge is 3 miles long. This is actually the port of Pensacola. So, yeah, you can see the harbor and everything there. And then take this bridge. That's our new bridge being built. As you can see right there. It's in place now. They started. Oh, this is a new one. This is the new bridge. Here's part of the old bridge, and this is the new one that they're erecting now.
Okay.
But I was telling Shell, our beach, our island here, there's only 2 ways to get on this island: through Gulf Breeze or through Navarre, right there.
Okay.
And then it keeps going. Actually, there is a connection. It's right here. This is considered Okaloosa Island because it changes. So this actually all is an island, but this right here, this is Fort Walton Beach, and then you've got Destin, and then way the fuck on down here, you've got Panama City Beach.
Panama City.
So really, we're not that far. We're like an hour and a half drive without traffic.
Okay.
But that's Panama City there.
Okay.
So, and there's our Cape San Blas. And then where's St. George Island? St. George Island is right there. That's St. George Island. Pretty cool shit. I like to know what all this is.
All right. What do you mean?
Well, this kind of shows you the depth of like the Gulf of Mexico. Here's your deepest parts right in here and everything.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is just like shallow areas.
That's the Bahamas. Yeah, that's the Bahamas.
Yeah. You can pretty much take a fucking speedboat from here to there. Same with Cuba.
Yeah.
Like 50 miles.
I didn't realize how close Cuba was to Florida.
It's close. You go down to Keys, you're not far at all. Because Keys are right there.
And up to your up right, there's Bermuda.
Yep. Which we all know that's where the triangle basically is right there. British Islands to Bermuda to the Bahamas.
Yep.
And then I'm assuming, is this the Lesser Antilles? Yeah, I think that's the Lesser Antilles. All right in there. There's all your IKEAs.
There's all the IKEAs. There's not that many.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there's like 5 right here. So 5, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
I would say, I think Cali has what, 4?
I'd say there's probably 50 stores.
Has 2.
Yeah, 2. Well, that's probably Portland and Seattle. Yep, Portland, Seattle.
Oh, okay.
And then that's Sacramento, should be. Yep, West Sacramento. This will be San Jose. Yes, Palo Alto. And then this should be Emeryville, which is San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
Utah, Draper. We know this one. That's going to be Phoenix, which is Tempe. Tempe is a suburb of Phoenix.
Yeah.
These are your Dallas stores. Grand Prairie, yep. And then Frisco, yep. This should be Austin, Round Rock, yep. San Antonio, Live Oak, yep. Houston. Memphis, ATL. Norfolk, maybe? Yep. DC. Woodbridge, Virginia, yep.
Yep.
College Park, Maryland. Yep, all pretty much DC.
Where is Mass?
Mass is right here. They got one in Boston, Stoughton,
There's
which
one in
is a
Boston.
suburb. That's like I was telling Shell, like you don't realize how actually close you are to the epicenter. Because there's New York City right there.
Okay.
She's
Mass.
over here. She's only like 180 miles away.
I didn't realize Mass was above New York.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you look at it, let's zoom out a little bit. Okay. All this right here, all this right in here, that's Connecticut.
Okay.
And then you got this little sliver of Rhode Island. Then you got Mass that runs all up here and has this weird looking foot. So, and then above it, you got oh shit, I can't remember now.
Is it New Hampshire?
Maine. You got New Hampshire directly above. Then you got Vermont kind of over this way. I've actually never been through Vermont. I've been through New Hampshire and I've been to Maine. I had to go to something Falls, just into Maine.
Really?
Right.
Zoom back out real quick. Is that Nova Scotia to the right?
Yeah.
No, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yep. And you got PEI. And what's funny? There's Newfoundland right there.
Yeah.
And then the rest of Canada. Then you got Greenland and Iceland.
Then you go over to Alaska. Then there's Russia.
Yep. Hey, that's where we need to go. Right there. Let's go hang out with the Mongols.
I didn't realize how close fucking Russia was to Alaska. I was like, damn.
Yeah, at one point, this actually used to connect.
Did it?
Somebody says there's a bridge, which I kind of doubt.
I mean,
yeah, there ain't no bridge.
What island is that?
Diomede.
Diomede Islands.
I don't know what the island this is.
So who owns that? I wonder. Russia?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Or would that be like no man's land?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm like,
I didn't know about this island either. Now that's Russian.
That's Russian?
I didn't know Russian had an island. A couple islands it looks like, because there's a little bit over here. Is there any like people that live here?
I don't think so. It looks all rocky as shit.
Wow, some big mountains.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
crazy looking mountains.
Yeah,
wow. Man, I ride along in there. Big harbor up here. If you think there would be some houses in this harbor, probably just straight up Eskimos, Russian Eskimos that live up in this shit.
Probably.
Because there's like no roads. I mean, these look more like rivers and shit. Dry beds.
Oh, looks like river. Yeah, it doesn't look habitated at all.
No, not at all. Wow. And that's a big island too.
It is.
Oh,
What's this over here?
Where's my charger at?
I have it right over here.
no name islands. There's like no names. Let's go further.
Right. You're thinking about that, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm at 10%.
So am I.
How is your phone so dead that you went on?
Mm-hmm.
What's this, Cock Island?
Looks like snow.
Oh, do we have civilization? Stole Bovey.
Probably Moscow and St. Petersburg are probably.
Wow, check that out.
That's the one thing about Russia, man. Russia's very rural.
Yes, because of the cold, I believe.
Yeah. Like, I think you have like your big, like obviously, like I said, Moscow and St. Petersburg, I think, are the two main areas of Russia.
Yep. I mean, you have these little areas and stuff, and I don't even think there's anything that really happens much there. Now, you got some roads here, looks like. Maybe. Something going on. That don't look normal, man.
It's Russia.
I mean, it's weird looking. It's all industry. Look.
Yeah.
I mean, middle of fucking nowhere, and it's all every bit of it's industry. And this is a big area I'm looking over.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you're looking at basically the whole map, and that's all right there, just in that area. Now, yeah, you've got, Tillman, all these Perm. I think
Finland.
St. Petersburg. There's St. Petersburg.
Okay. So that's like on like the very outskirts.
And there's Moscow.
Oh God, I didn't realize they were that far inland.
Yeah. I wonder if we can see the Kremlin.
Huh?
I wonder if we can see the Kremlin.
God, look how populated Moscow is. Look at all that.
Jeez.
Yeah, I mean that Moscow's very populated.
Yeah, I was trying to find. I would assume the Kremlin would be like downtown.
Would make the most sense.
Is that it right there? No.
I mean, I'm sure we can't really miss it.
God, fucking sardines, dude. In a can. Look at that shit. I mean, that's... And even you go out here. Look at that.
Yeah.
Still, just industry after industry after industry after industry, industry. But that's the weird thing, though, Josh. They don't... Most of them live in apartments. Their majority of their housing is apartments.
Is it?
No individual houses. See how it is? Everything's apartments. Crazy.
Well, again, I will say it's Russia.
This is how we take care of our people. Okay. And then all of a sudden you're out of the city and industry and right into the fucking farms. And then you go into city again. Wow. And dude, I'm like way the fuck away I'm way down here. Look at the loops that go around it. Look at that. Holy shit. That is insane, dude. Oh. My dude, I think I'm going to get off of here. It's
Yeah,
1
we've been
a.m.
doing this for, this has been the longest
Oh, hell yeah.
I've done.
It's been fun. Nothing else to do, you know.
For me,
So-
definitely. I have nothing else going on right now.
And I thought naming the show the way I named it was proper. I called it Vape, Coronas, and Conspiracy, a guide to Sanity T21.
I mean, we definitely post those parts into the description so that way people can actually watch those videos.
Yep, for sure.
You know, once we get enough people that kind of watch it and know what we're talking about, conversations can probably go a little bit better with it once people have an idea of what we're talking about.
Exactly. And that's what I want to do. And I may try to go ahead and just post all the links to those videos. I'll do it tomorrow or later today, however you want to say it.
Yeah.
Just put all 9 links on there of the videos. Of course, we can't post the other video because it's been removed. That one that was going to stay for 24 hours. Yeah. And then number 5 is completely missing.
So who the hell knows what 5 was even about?
Right.
But honestly, 5 probably is nothing compared to some of the shit that when you get to part 6 and 7, this is what I was on the show. When you get to that part, that's when shit really gets.
Yeah, because then it starts kind of reverting back to the like 1 and 2 and shit like that, and then you're starting to put things together, and then by the time you get 8 through 10, it's like, holy shit, you know?
Yeah.
So.
And I'll look in, over the week. We'll look into some different theories and stuff like that.
That'll work.
I'm sure we could touch on to some different topics, different theories, and we could probably touch on 9/11 if you really wanted to.
Oh yeah. Might even touch on a little bit of JFK and some of the shit I've actually kind of found out this week. Now it may have been out there for a while, but because of the podcast I told you, they kind of did a different. They did another JFK podcast, but it was more so based on Lee Harvey Oswald. Basically from his perspective and about him and everything, not so much about JFK. But yeah, it was pretty interesting. It brought up some key points that we'll have to definitely discuss one night.
And again, that JFK kind of ties into part 10 of the video.
That it does.
JFK and JFK Jr. That's.
Yep. QAnon.
QAnon. There we go.
QAnon. Quanon. However you want to say it. Canon. Yeah.
But yes, I do like the direction we've been going with this. I do.
Yeah.
Hopefully we are removing some haze off of people who are seeing things one way that the media has been wanting them to see.
Yep.
Hopefully we're removing that haze and saying, hey, there's this out here. Believe it if you want to believe it. Not, if you don't want to believe it, that's fine as well.
Yep.
But we just want to make it aware that these are out there
And it gets freaky because there's a lot of things that we're seeing that tie into.
Yeah. That has been talked about for quite some time, actually, you know. And it's just a matter of the punch happening, you know. Um, yeah, I do want to dive a little bit more into the darker shit of like 6 and 7. You know, just the
I'm just
different.
gonna fucking say it, dude. The Cabal.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I said it. Cabal. If you stuck around this long and you're still watching, that's the name. That's the name of it. Is Cabal.
Yep. Look it up. CABAL. Look it up.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do is look up Cabal.
You people that think you're really into studying the different theories, whether they're conspiracies or not, you think Rothschilds and the Rockefellers have shit to do with this? These people, the family that I mentioned earlier,
George Soros is.
Well, even he's a key player, but
He is a key player.
And these people are a Papal family, whatever you want to call it. The Aldobrandini family is, don't fuck with them. The Orsini family, don't fuck with them. These are the families that literally are tied in, that makes everything happen. And the reason why I say these guys are above, one, like we said, Papal. They're into the popery, if you want to call it that. They're bloodlines of Pope descendants, basically. But they're tying to some darker shit like Illuminati, Satanism, and it goes quite a few different directions.
Now, again, if you don't believe in God, you're not going to believe in Satan and that stuff.
Right.
You know,
that's it.
For these people, they are doing dark shit. They are doing everything that we've ever heard about Satanism. These are the stories that you hear from.
Let me read a little bit to you. This is just a brief little finding that I found the other day, and I just got it pulled up, and it's just a short little paragraph. The Aldobrandini family are an extremely evil and creepy bloodline, and they oversee the cult of Hades, which is a murderous and cannibalistic cult of pedophiles. The Aldobrandinis are involved with the Vatican, banking, and are currently married into the Rothschild family. What else? What more do we need to say?
I mean,
these are Pope bloodline descendants of men who were popes at one time.
And again, I said, me and you had talked about this, before, especially off of this.
Yeah.
I've said I have a hard time thinking a pope could do something like that, because for us, going back to being Catholic, the Pope is the image of God, of Jesus. Mm-hmm. They're the ones that speak to him and everything else like that. So it's hard to fathom that you would have somebody who is so high up doing the opposite of what they're supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
So
what's weird is you start looking into this one family, the Aldo Brandini family. The way they tied themselves into Rome, even to the point of, and we're talking back in the day, we're even going to go back into the days of Napoleon. Okay. And it's awfully strange because Pope Clement VIII is actually Ippolito Aldobrandini. There's your bloodline right there. That was your Pope that was of that family bloodline.
what year was that?
This would be, he was a Pope from 1592 to 605. Apparently he, not exactly sure what happened to him, but I don't know if he died or what. Yeah.
Why? Well, like we stated earlier in the show, if you're a pope, you're a pope. Normally, you're a pope for life.
Yeah, and then to have this all of a sudden, just I'm not a pope no more.
But here's the thing, too. I mean, I guess being a pope isn't all cracked up to be. I can't go back to Peter.
Yeah.
Peter died a horrible death.
Yep, that he did. That he did. You know, if you follow the stories of the Bible that goes back and study the different ones, whether it be Matthew, whoever, Peter. Mm-hmm. Horrible death.
Yeah, and wasn't he crucified upside down too?
Yep.
That's what I thought.
Yep. Here's another interesting. Apparently, they had a second pope raised to the cardinalate 1730. Alessandro Cardinal Aldrobrandini. Wow. And another family, I forgot to mention this also because I'd said the Orsini is the Borghese family. Borghese. Borghese. You start looking at this and you're like, what the hell? You know, I'm trying to find the part where I was reading it the other day. I know it's in here. I'll go over it later when we touch a little bit more about this, where they're kind of okay. Princess Olympia Anna Aldobrandini is a descendant of Napoleon on her mother's side, married into the Rothschild family. What was the old famous saying that King Edward the Longshank said? You can't get them out, you breed them out. So, but I guess what we can do is we can close it on that note. A lot more stuff coming next week. We'll touch on. There's not going to be much on the vaping stuff. There's just not much going on right now.
For the time being, with everything going on, there ain't gonna be much vape news going on. You know,
we may just say keep on vaping next week.
On state stuff. I mean, right now the only eyes really is on Florida.
Yeah,
810. But
you know,
me and Adam both know ain't nothing gonna happen out of it right now. Not until all
not right now. Yeah, there's too much with this virus going on that there.
I'd say honestly, give it about 2 to 3 months.
Yeah.
And once this is fully blown over, everything will kind of
unfortunately, it get back to going to where it left off at.
And then again, you know, DeSantis might be like, man, vaping's the least of our worries now. We got this virus, so it might be another one we need to worry about. If this helps people, let's keep it. You never know, you know. You know, definitely keep fighting for it. You know, if you want to email the governor, you're here in Florida, whatever. This is kind of cool because this gives us that much more time to press on the governor, even though he's dealing with this shit. This gives us more time to put pressure.
Really can't let it up, because the moment we let our guard down, they'll slip something in.
Oh yeah.
So they'll slip something in, and then it's like, well, what happened? It's like, well, we let our guard down. That's what happened.
Yeah. Even though we're not giving much attention to it, still got to keep that guard up. So.
Yep. But we will definitely dive more into this topic next Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Whether Shell will partake in it or whether it just be, well, Tim should be able to join us again next week.
Yeah, because he's doing his thing tonight, so that's why he wasn't able to join us.
Tim, as far as we know, Tim will be with us next week. Yep. So we will, you know, because more than likely it's probably going to be the same thing where Shell will probably end up going to bed, and we'll continue going on. It'll probably just be me, Adam, and Tim.
Right.
And I really want to hear Tim's.
Yeah, because his eyes are starting to starting to open a little bit. And he's like, wow, like he was saying last week, you know, it's like, man, you open some eyes up, you know. And we're saying this is not absolute truth. These are, like we said, they're literally conspiracy theories, but you dig into it and you start looking at some of this stuff, and then you think you look at it in a logical sense, it's like it does make sense. You know,
start connecting dots.
Yeah, exactly. So,
and when you start connecting those dots, you know, here's the thing. If you really start freaking out about it, then same thing we tell Shell. Stop. Move on. Try to look into something different, because when you start diving into a rabbit hole like this, everything you've known, everything you were taught,
it's wiped away.
Goes out that window.
That's it. It does. And that's what, you know, I try to get people to understand it. And at the same time, when I talk to people at work, I tell them, stop with the constant, I've got to work. Why have you got to work so much? Are you that infatuated with money that's what makes your life tick? That's not what life should be about. It should be about enjoying it. Yes, work to survive. I understand that. Work to live. Don't live to work. Okay? You do to take care of your family. You don't go to the point.
You don't burn yourself to do just to have.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you.
Here's my philosophy with it. You can work and make all the money in the world, but if you can't enjoy that money, what's the purpose?
What's the point? All you're doing is showing everybody just how
great you have money, but you don't have free time to do what you want to do with that money.
What are you gonna do if you wake up tomorrow morning and that money that you have is no longer worth shit? What are you going to do? This is what this is what me and Josh are trying to point out and get you people to understand, that money isn't everything in life. Life is life. You have to enjoy it for what it is. And I'm not talking about going and busting your ass at work and everything. Yeah, like I said, take care of your family. But make sure that you have that quality time, because when that day comes that you're in the bed and you're ready to pass, and you look back and you think about, man, I worked hard all my life. What did you work hard for? Did you take care of your family? Were you there for your family? Okay, good. If not, and you worked and you worked and you made all this money, what happiness did that get you to? Were the material things really that big of a prize at the end of
I
it?
understand if you're working so much for retirement or something along those lines. I understand that. But here's the thing, the way markets go, the way everything fluctuates, the way money decreases over time,
Mm-hmm.
it it's not. I've always was told this: you worked hard for your money should work hard for you too.
Yep. Exactly. And just like with this bullshit that just is happening now, I'm so glad I'm not part of the 401k. Now, will it bounce back? Probably. Will it be as good? Don't know.
I
We
don't
don't know.
have. I mean, I have $1,000 some dollars invested in a 401k.
Yeah.
Not gonna be a humongous loss if I lose it, but it still sucks because
Right.
that's the I put into that 401k.
There's some guys at work that have had the 401k 5, 6, 7 years, 8 years. Everything that they've put into it, they lost, I'd say, over 2/3 with this virus. And it's like you put all that money, and see, that's what scares me about a 401k. Profit sharing, I'm cool with because that's within the company. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's hard-earned money that's not being played on a market on a daily basis that may go up or may go down. It's a complete gamble, really. They tell you, yeah, we try to move it into these stocks where you'll make money, and yeah, you do. Sometimes you lose. I mean, at the end, on a normal work lifespan, you'll do okay. But when you have something like this happen, it's like starting all over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've got to build because you lost that. You're not this 4, 5, 6 months of this virus that lasts however long it is. That's that 4, 5, 6 months that you didn't bring that up. You dropped it almost all the way to the bottom, and now you're trying to level back out. Well, when you come out at the end of the tunnel, you're still below where you should have been. So all in all, you've taken a loss.
I mean, this is something that I look at. We all have heard the story. History repeats itself.
Yep.
And we all know this is very true. History does repeat itself.
Yep.
So, looking at how this virus is affecting everything. And oddly enough, it's 100 years since this last one, hit,
Mm-hmm.
which caused us to go into a depression.
Yep.
Chances are we might be walking in those shoes again where we do hit a depression.
Mm-hmm.
So that goes to saying, what good's the money going to do when it means nothing?
Right. And let me add this while you're talking about the Great Depression. If you remember, when it happened, it plummeted.
Mm-hmm.
It came back up, and it plummeted even more after a couple of weeks. And that's what put us we went from recession, out of recession, and directly into a depression. And that's what I'm scared of. And that's like it. Yeah, I want a 401k. I was actually getting ready to set it up right before Christmas. I was like, no, I want to hold out. Wasn't nothing. I just didn't do it. Wasn't nothing holding me back. No premonition or anything like that. I just didn't do it. I'm thankful now that I didn't do it. Now once this happens, will I? Probably, yeah. I got to have some kind of retirement. I mean, I got to be a hermit somehow, some way, you know, because my life goal is when I quit working, I'm moving off the grid, point blank. I can live without all this computer shit. I can do it. I have no problem. Suck, but I could do it.
Go back to simpler times.
Mm-hmm. And I would like my elder years to be simple. Go fishing, build a fence for a cow, and you know, feed my chickens, and you know, cook my own.
I mean, I look at it this way: when if I'll put it, if I get older, I really don't want to be tied down to electronics.
Yeah.
When it's time for me to retire, I want to travel. I want to go.
Yeah.
See things. I don't want to just do what I do every day that I'm doing now. I don't.
And me, honestly, having that kind of off the grid life, that would be something that I would do within that. And I would do it like on a bike. Just kick back and camp out. You know, whether I sit, and you know, there'd be some nights I may stay in a motel room or whatever. There'll be some nights I'll just bust out the sleeping bag in a tent or whatever, and you know, the base of the Grand Tetons or something, or Devil's Tower, or you know, whatever. You know, to me, that's enjoying life. You know,
I mean, for me, one of my bucket lists to spend a night underneath the Aurora Borealis.
Yep.
No phone, nothing.
Yep.
Maybe smoke a good, nice joint.
Yep.
Get nice and high, and just sit there and just watch for hours.
Just make sure you get you some Northern Light Kush.
Oh yeah, it would make
do it
sense.
the right way. You know, I have seen them. I've got family that lives in Edmonton, and I went up there. I think it was 2005, 2006, and it was May, so it was still about like your temperatures now. It was maybe just a touch cooler, maybe like 50s during the day and like 30s at night. But it was nice enough where you could go outside in the evening and start a little fire and just kind of sit around the fire. That's what we do. And we would watch the Northern Lights, and they would just sit in the way they were just kind of around Edmonton. They would just kind of bounce all around us, you know, and it'd last for hours, you know. But yeah, it's quite interesting. I've actually got to see the Northern Lights from an airplane. That's really cool because you're looking down on it. You can see the base, but you can look down and you can look up, and that's what you see. It's really cool.
It's amazing how the gas from the earth produces that.
Yeah. Between the ice crystals and the gas and everything, it's like, this is really fucking cool. But
yeah, that's one of the things on my bucket list that I will eventually do in my life is do it right.
I've done a lot of my stuff that if I had never driven, I would have put on my bucket list. I've always had this fascination with the Wild West. So I've been to Tombstone. I've been to Sharp, Nevada, where there's all kind of shit there. I've been to so many different like national parks, Mount Rushmore. I've been to Badlands. I've been to Devil's Tower. I've been to the Grand Tetons. And literally hey, me and my son are stopping here. We're going to spend a couple of days here in the Grand Tetons here in Jackson Hole. That's what we did, you know. So thankfully I was able to do that. I've seen the arches in Utah. That's amazing. I've seen so much stuff and been able to do stuff. So I've been thankful for that. But I'd definitely go back to. I'd go back to every one of them. You know. So.
I mean, I know there's a lot that I still need to see here in the States.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot. But
there's a lot in Canada too.
Still a lot I still need to experience in the world too.
Yeah.
States.
Yep. I still have to make it to Alaska.
Alaska. I don't know so much about Alaska.
Just for the winter time, just to go up there, just to say, hey, I've been here to Mount McKinley, Denali, the highest point in North America. I've been here, not on top of it, just to look at it from afar. Not on TV. I'm talking about just somewhere close by where you can see the mountain in the distance. Just to kind of do that. As far as like going there, like camping, summertime, nah, hell with that. Too many mosquitoes, man. Too many mosquitoes.
Like me in Australia, I don't ever want to go. I don't really want to go to Australia anytime.
Yeah.
Australia, the wildlife over there. No, not wildlife over there. No, I don't. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I would go, but maybe if I was to go, like go see an Aboriginal tribe or something, or like a kind of like they do here with the Indian dances and stuff like that. See something like that. Yeah, maybe on a wildlife tour in a fucking Jeep or something. That's about the extent of it. Damn, I seen that.
You saw the lightning?
Yeah. That's that other shit.
I just saw the flash from the corner of my eye. I'm like,
yeah, it was a pretty bright flash. So, but anyway, I guess that's a sign for us to call it. It's well, we done a 4.5 hour show, so
Jesus,
pretty long. So
well, so we'll just go ahead and end on that note. Next week we'll dive down the rabbit hole some more.
Hell yeah. We'll get into more of this pretty creepy shit, as they put it. And
since I have the time, I might looking try to find some more different stuff we can look into that might fit along those lines.
Yeah, kind of if you brush up a little bit on that the Aldo Brandini family.
Okay.
Kind of get yourself familiar with them. You start reading it, you'll be like, what the fuck? Seeing where all they are tied in and everything. It's pretty interesting read. So, but yeah, with that, we're gonna call it a night. So y'all be safe. You stay home doing your thing. I know you got to go out tomorrow.
I
know you got to go out tomorrow, but it's understandable.
I don't want to. I really don't want to. But
well, just bring this with you if you have to, and do your thing.
So I get paid. So that's why I have to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I have to go buy some juice tomorrow. I'm not really thrilled about it, but again, it's not that bad. Not around here just yet. Now I keep saying yet. It is. It's slowly getting worse,
And that's something that I said. Give it about 2 weeks. About 2 weeks, we're going to really see the numbers.
Yeah. People think this is going to blow over in a matter of a couple of 2 or 3 weeks. No, it's not. It's.
I mean, realistically, Ohio, we're looking at the 6th, but we have a feeling it's going to go beyond that.
Well, yeah, Lisa's not even halfway into her, almost halfway into her 14 days. And because that's what they were saying for not working for 14 days, they would try to come back. Not even a full 14 days out, and they called and extended it another 2 weeks beyond that. So,
I mean, I probably should start watching DeWine a little bit more, but since I've been this way, that's all I was really worrying about was
here. Yeah, I'm worried about what's going on here. I'm not worried about Miami. I'm not worried about New York City. I'm not worried about Mass, California. I'm not worried about none of that. as far as get a broad eye view, I can click on that map and see where the hot spots are, see what's going on, and I'm done. See what my governor may have to say, and I don't watch the live every day, and I was trying to tell Shell that don't overwhelm yourself with it, because it'll really put you in a sinkhole of depression, and it's not worth it. It's not worth it.
For me, I was just more. We knew it was coming.
Yeah.
We knew this was coming.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I was watching every day, because it was like, all right, when is he going to announce all non-essentials stay home? And sure enough, Tuesday, it went into effect. So,
that's it, man. Here you are. So,
but the sad thing is, there's still businesses open. So with businesses still opening, I think it's going to prolong us going back to work.
Yeah. That's the bad part. You got people that will not listen. Again, this falls on the money thing. We're at a point, you're a small business. They're going to take care of. If you notice, a lot of the corporations are kind of like, go home. Go home.
Mm-hmm.
Your small businesses are the ones that's trying to do illegal shit and stay open, because they're in fear of loot. That's what this $2.3 trillion is for, is to bail you out.
Small businesses.
Yeah. Yeah. So
that's what it's all for. And
of course, us as individuals.
What I do, where I work, small business. I don't work for. I worked for a big corporation in the past. I did.
Right.
But
where I work, even though I've got there's, I'd say 100 to 125 employees, give or take. It's still a small business. It's locally owned. It's not a corporation, so it affects me too.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
yeah.
Call it a night. Y'all have a good night.
I need to call it a night, because now I'm just going to continue.
Yeah, we're just going to keep. So we'll call it quits, and we'll catch y'all next week.
Yep. And I'll probably talk to you probably Monday.
All right. Sounds like a plan, man.
You're probably going to take tomorrow off.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking tomorrow. Other than going to get my juice. Other than that, I've already got my clothes washed and all that. I don't have to do nothing. I don't even have to do that. So yeah, tomorrow is veg day for me. So, but
like I said, the only thing I got tomorrow or today, just run and do that. That should hopefully take no more than 15 minutes to do.
Yeah. That's like me running about, and I maybe an hour, because I may stand there and bullshit with Tyler for a minute. But then again, it's like I really don't want to, because of everything going on. I'm kind of a little skeptical about it, so I'm weary about touching.
I look at it this way: when we are open, on normal circumstances, I would love for people to hang out, chat, bullshit.
Hold on just a second. Michael's still with us.
Holy
He's like, wow,
shit.
you guys are still going. Just got off of work.
Yeah, we're still going, man. We're still going. We're doing it.
Michael, if you want to join in with us, next week, hell yeah.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome to. If you want to jump in on the stream with us, you're more than welcome to, man. Hell yeah. We'd love to have you. Yeah, it sounds like you may have an early night. Let's see. Next would be Saturday night. So yeah, hell yeah, we'll have you on here. Just make sure you have your Zoom. I'll get with you on that.
Yeah. What was I going to say? But yeah, my recommendation, if you are going to the shop, is this. Normally, sitting around bullshitting, all good. But the way it should be right now, get your shit.
Get out. That's pretty much what I'm going to do. And it's like 20 minutes there.
You want to sit there and talk, it does. But with what's going on, you got to take care of yourself. Get your shit, go home.
Yeah, that's it. I got to make sure he's got my juice first, because if he don't, then I'll vape this other shit. But if he's got my juice, I'll go down and get it. But yeah, for sure, Michael, we'll definitely have you on here. As you can see what we're talking about. Yes, mobile. Zoom has a mobile.
Hats ready.
Yeah, get your tinfoil hat out, because we're going to talk some crazy conspiracy shit. Yes, Zoom has a mobile app, and there's one for desktop as well. So, if you have an Apple phone, I would suggest you get some earphones. Either phone, really. Just get you some earphones. Make sure your phone's charged.
I have my phone on the charge, so that's why there's probably that echo, just because I have the port.
Right. If you can do it on desktop, that would be even better. So just hit me up in Messenger, and we'll get everything set up for you. And yeah, just when you go to download it on either one, just look up Zoom meeting and just download it that way. So, all right, guys, we're definitely calling it quits tonight.
Yeah, we got to, because I don't even know what time it is.
It's like 20 till 3 for you.
Damn, is it really going on 3 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
Damn, I didn't realize. Man, this has been the longest stream we've done.
Oh hell yeah, for sure. So,
all
right, guys, y'all have a good night. We'll talk to you later, Michael. I'll get with you probably tomorrow at some point or whatever. Just hit me up in Messenger. And guys, we'll talk to you later.
We'll see you next week.